Please be seated. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas,
Here.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie. Joined us yet? Commissioner Sorensen,
Here.
Mayor Trentalis.
Here. I need to read this before we begin our meeting. The City of Fort Lauderdale will be hosting its meetings in a virtual format until further notice. The public can listen to and view virtual meetings at fortlauderdale.gov/FLTV and youtube.com/City of Fort Lauderdale. I wonder if we'll ever become a YouTube sensation.
I don't think
You already are. You already
Oh,
are.
yeah, thank you. As well as on Comcast Channel 78 and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. For those who want to speak on an agenda item and have not already signed up to do so, please visit www.fortlauderdale, that's Fort Lauderdale spelled out, .gov/V as in Victor, C meetings, that's VC meetings to sign up. Now, to ensure the same decorum as our in-person meetings, we ask that you please abide by the following guidelines. Number one, please refrain from any behavior that is disruptive, distracted, profane, or inhibits the meeting in any way. Number two, while you're on the phone waiting for your opportunity to speak, please mute the meeting broadcast on FLTV, YouTube, Comcast, or AT&T if you are watching simultaneously, and to avoid delays with the broadcast. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak and also notify you when your time has expired. City staff has automatically added speakers in a listen-only mode, and you will be unmuted to speak when recognized. Once you have completed your speaking, you will be muted, and you may either hang up to exit the meeting, or you may stay connected and listen to the rest of the meeting. I have a couple of agenda announcements. Removed from the agenda is CM2. That's a motion approving the First Amendment to the lease agreement at 533 Northeast 13th Street. And PH1, public hearing and adoption resolution approving the notice of award and sale of city-owned property located in the city of Plantation. I also have a revision, CP6, that's a revised Exhibit 3, copy of the contract. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes and the agenda?
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas,
yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
He's not here.
not present. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the minutes and the agenda are now approved. We have one presentation tonight. Normally, when we have our regular meetings, people are asked to come to the podium and accept a copy of a declaration or a proclamation. But tonight, we're just going to recite it, which I will do now. And this is being presented to our Census Committee, and it begins as follows. This proclamation for the 2020 census. Whereas the U.S. Census Bureau conducts a population count or census of every person living in the United States and in U.S. territories every 10 years as required by the U.S. Constitution. Whereas census population counts help determine how billions of dollars in federal funding flow into Florida, Broward County, and more particularly Fort Lauderdale each year, how many seats states get in the U.S. House of Representatives. And whereas a complete and accurate count of Fort Lauderdale's neighbors guides funding for schools, hospitals and clinics, housing, jobs, public transportation, healthcare, infrastructure, Medicaid, Medicare, public safety, disaster recovery, pandemics like COVID-19, and other community resources for the next 10 years. So what we do now is going to determine how it will impact us over the next 10 years. Whereas undercounted communities receive less funding. Approximately 1.4 million people in Florida were not counted in the 2010 census. As a result, Florida lost about $20 billion in federal funding between 2010 and and this year, 2020. And whereas the census is safe, secure, and is confidential, does not ask for personal information, bank information, social security numbers, or citizenship status. Responses are protected by law and cannot be shared with law enforcement or immigration agencies. Let me repeat, responses are protected by law and cannot be shared with law enforcement or immigration agencies. And whereas the U.S. Census Bureau is ending the 2020 census population count on September 30th, 2020, a month earlier than originally scheduled. Don't ask me why, but they are. And whereas the Fort Lauderdale City Commission is calling on everyone to act now to raise the city's count by completing the census today online. And here's where you go online, my2020census.gov. That's MY2020 census, CENSUS.gov. Or call 1-844-330-2020. That's 844-330-2020. Or by mail. And whereas the city thanks our neighbors who have already raised the count by completing their census and congratulates the super responder neighborhoods, those that have already topped their 2010 census results. And finally, whereas Fort Lauderdale's neighbors have one opportunity every 10 years to shape the city's future, and that time is now. So now, therefore, we as city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim August and September, we got 2 whole months here, 2020, as Raise the Count months. This proclamation is signed by myself on behalf of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, this August 18th, 2020. So make sure you're part of the count and make sure we include you in this year's census. Thank you so much. Mr. Brown, this will be delivered to you after today's meeting. Mr. Brown is the chair of our census committee.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
You're very welcome. Thank you, David, for all the work and everything that the committee is doing to promote awareness of the need for people to be counted. I noticed that this past week, last week when we did the food distribution at Mills Pond Park, we put a census insert in everyone's box. And I know the cars that I was able to meet the people and make sure I reminded them that the money that comes to help fund programs such as food distribution come as a result of census count. So we need to always make sure our numbers are complete. Now, we have a consent agenda before we go into the other parts of the agenda. What is the consent agenda? For those people who are listening to or who are part of this meeting for the first time, what happens is that there are certain items known as consent agenda items, and they are voted on all at once. And the agenda has been put online. Everyone has had an opportunity to review it, and so has the commission. And I will now ask any member of the commission to see if they do not want to just vote on a certain item all at once with everybody else, that they want to pull an item. And if an item is pulled, then that item will be discussed separately. If an item is not pulled, then it will be part of the total group of consent agenda items, and they will be voted on all at once. If you have asked to speak on a consent agenda item and it has been pulled by a commissioner, then you'll have an opportunity to speak at that time. If the item is not pulled by a commissioner, before we vote on the consent agenda items, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak on that item or items that appear on tonight's agenda. So let me go start with Commissioner Moritas. Do you have any consent agenda items you'd like to pull?
No, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. CM11, CM12, and CR4.
Okay,
Thank you.
Commissioner McKenzie, do you have any that you'd like to pull? Oh, he's not here. Okay. Commissioner Sorensen?
None, thank you.
Okay. So except for, so CM11, CM12, and CR4 will be pulled, and those items will be discussed separately. I see there are people who have wanted to speak on other items, so I'm going to call your name in order of that item, and you'll have an opportunity to speak tonight on that particular item. You have 3 minutes in which to speak, and I will do the timing because Mr. Sorensen is not sitting by my side to help time this.
I miss that. I miss not being by your side.
I'm
It's not the same.
Feelings
Beautiful.
Yeah. There was a long pause before you said it was mutual, but I'll take it.
I was just trying to find the words that were appropriate.
Tongue tied.
Yes.
Tongue-tied.
Okay, so Joe Roberts, who's asked to speak on CM1. Mr. Roberts, are you there? Not there? Okay. Okay, sorry, Mr. Roberts, you're not there. How about Shana Cartwright? Also on CM1. Shana, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Shana, you have 3 minutes to speak. Welcome to tonight's meeting.
Okay. I talked to you about 3 months ago for the first time being homeless and stuff like that. Yeah, I think you should remember me. And I talked to you another time about being homeless, about housing and stuff like that. We are still homeless. We still don't have no place to live and stuff like that. We want to know what's going on, what's happening with the funds and stuff like that. We really need to get off the streets. We need housing really bad.
Okay. We're looking for funding. We had funding for about 2 months. We were able to take folks off the street. We were able to, some people actually got opportunities to be reemployed. When we were ready to terminate the program at the hotels, the individuals that were in the hotels that tested negative for COVID-19 were offered opportunities to go into the existing homeless assistance shelters that we had. Those people that wanted to go were given a place to live. Those that did not want to go were not given a place because we ran out of funding. So
Listen, you're breaking up.
sorry, am I breaking up?
Go here. I mean, the one thing you could offer, Mayor, just in general response to that is there's plenty, as I understand, shelter space available in Broward County. And for those
So
that
what
want to
number
be
would
off
they?
the street and they would be interested in services,
What number would that?
311.
What was it?
311 would be
Okay,
a
so
number to call.
we now know that there are spaces in the homeless assistance center and other shelters run by the county. If you call 311, you'll be able to be in contact with somebody and they can direct you to housing and services all at the same time. All right. Okay, Mies Jasinski. Mies, are you there? Mies.
127 names to scroll through, so just give us a second.
Jasinski.
She's there. E-M-E-S-E.
Yes.
Hello?
You look-
Hello?
Hello,
Hello,
Amy.
Mies. Yes, you have 3 minutes.
So I'm sorry, I'm having phone issues with my phone. I do apologize.
Don't worry about it.
I support the SHIP funds being used to help the people with the rent payments. And however, the SHIP funds should have been used, to help the homeless that were placed in the temporary hotel program, that you helped all to place to get in long-term housing. It makes no sense that the city used over like almost 500 almost 500K to still help, the homeless. And still, however, to place into how, it should have still not, it didn't make sense that, we're not placed, through housing or anything, but is there any, way that, is there any kind of like, you got case management or anything like that? Is there any kind of program or any kind of main program or any kind of mainstream or any kind of housing voucher that you?
It's 211?
Yeah, I gave you the COVID number, sorry.
Okay.
So that's
Okay,
correct.
Amis, I was just corrected on the phone number that you would need to call. And if
help us people back into, like,
Right.
help us.
if Shana is still listening, the number is not 311, it's 211.
For COVID.
It's 211 for housing, and they have, there's housing for you as well as supportive services to help you out of homelessness.
I'm sorry, sir, but I could disagree with you. There is no services out there. Because a lot of the services right now, due to the COVID, is at stop and is at hold. There's really not that much out there that's available out there for resources. And that's why I was asking you, sir, do you have any vouchers or any programs at your reach that could help us?
We do
Because
not.
you
We have
invested
run-
in us.
We have run out of voucher money. We were trying to find more money, and when we did have it, we did have services, we did have case management, but I tell you right now that if you are put into a county facility, a shelter, I can guarantee you there will be services, because they don't want you there unless you participate in their case management. So,
Okay, but how is that possible? Because if you were there and they already had issues and they already had people and they had the viruses and they had the issues, and those kind of programs are only 60-day programs and it's not guaranteed for people to be helped. I don't understand how they can help you or even give you a solution when it's only temporary.
well, we don't, the county does not believe that, that homelessness should be a permanent situation. So they feel that if you participate in their programs in good faith, there's every reason why you can be employed and helped with your, whatever brought you to homelessness in a short period of time. If not, I do know that they extend your stay. There's no deadline that you have to be out of there in 60 days. If you
Well,
are
I
going
could
through the drug
disagree with
treatment
that,
program,
sir. I could disagree with that because I was there and in my situation, because I'm on disability, and there was the situation and I was there. I did my 60 days. It could not been extended. They told me there was not much they can do, and I wasn't offered any other situation. In my situation, nothing could be helped, and I was left at no situation but to be out. So now I did all my resources, and even if I was to go out there, there's no other resources and there's no place to go. So that's why I'm asking, there's no other resources or anybody out there that could help. I mean, you invested so much money in this hotel program and now you're just cutting it off and leaving it out. That makes no sense.
well, it makes sense because once you run out of money, you run out of money. But let me ask you this, what resources were you looking to tap into that you felt that you still needed to have?
Well, I mean, resources, I mean, anything that's willing to help for people like maybe in my situation, because in my situation, I'm unable to work, I'm disabled, I have other different health conditions, and I have a case. I have
Are
a
you-
dependency case, and I'm in the middle of reunification, and I need shelter. And if I don't have shelter, I'm in a bad situation. And
What
the
is-
only,
Do you collect money for disability?
yes, sir.
Do we have the phone?
How much you get every month?
I get every month, I get 783.
783. And isn't she eligible for subsidized housing?
Yeah, I'm thinking though that, I mean, if we're gonna deal with her specific situation, it'd be probably more appropriate that we just reach out and call her. And then
Do you have
do it during
do you have contact
I
information?
think we have it. I'm checking
We
real
have-
quick. Wendy, do we have her phone number?
Amis, we're gonna contact you directly,
Contact
okay?
you offline, so we don't have to work out your individual
Right.
case in a public meeting.
Okay, we'll contact you directly after tonight's meeting and see how we can work through your issues and try to get you what you need, okay?
I really would appreciate that because if they had the case management here when the city of Fort Lauderdale, my solution probably could be rectified and corrected, and I didn't want to have to be faced out there with the fear and the COVID and the things like that. And that's why I was asking you, sir, is there other different kind of solutions you could help me and maybe rectify that? Because mine is maybe a simple fix, and I didn't want to have to face that fear on going out there and probably have to face that all over
Okay.
again.
Okay, so we have your phone number and we'll get in touch with you and we'll see what we can do to assist you, okay?
I really appreciate that. I mean, I'm just
Okay,
hoping.
okay, all right, we got it. I mean, we gotta go on with our meeting, all right? Thank you, Amis, and we'll get in touch with you tomorrow. Okay, we move on to CM8, Stephen Tilbrook. Stephen, are you there?
This is Steve. I'm here. No need for me to speak on behalf of this. It wasn't pulled. We support the item, so thank you to the
Okay.
city and the staff for coordination.
Very good, thank you. Nice speaking with you tonight. CM10, we have Cole Manning, followed by Michael Wood. Is either Cole or Michael Wood on the line?
Yes, Mayor, Michael Wood here. I'm
Michael.
representing the applicant, and since it wasn't pulled, there'll be no need to speak.
Okay.
I can also speak for Cole Manning. He represents Miller Construction, also a proponent. So,
Okay, very good.
thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. All right, CM11 was pulled by Commissioner Glassman. Vice Mayor Glassman. Mr. Glassman, why did you pull the item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Last night at my pre-agenda district meeting, this item came up. Some folks needed some clarification. I'm wondering, is anyone on the line associated with the project?
Let's
With
see.
The Dunes Hotel?
Yes, Courtney Crush has signed up to speak, so I think she's available for questions.
Great, thank you. Courtney, just for some clarification so the neighborhood totally understands, can you explain exactly what is going to be closed during this closure period, timeline for how long the closure period, and why the need for the closure?
Certainly, Vice Mayor, Mayor, Commissioners, Courtney Crush on behalf of Granite Fell, which is the property owner, I think on the line listening. Should I not do a good enough job, Vice Mayor, on explaining, is our construction company, Robin with Plaza, also our architect, Terry Runyon, and Paz Gaspari, who's with the owner. Vice Mayor, this is an approved hotel, which is moving towards construction. You may recall at the time it went through the process, Southeast Fifth Street was actually not a right-of-way at the time. And this property borders to the south, Southeast Fifth Street. On the east, it's bordered by A1A, and on the west, Seabreeze Boulevard. And I mention that because they're both state rights-of-way. Due to both the size of the site and also due to the off-site public realm improvements, which were a part of and conditioned of the site plan, namely to improve Southeast Fifth Street, some improvements on Sunrise and A1A, to recreate sidewalks, hardscape, and rebuild what are or were today were back out parking spaces. with parallel, consistent with the city's beach master plan, public sector design guidelines. The need to access the site in the northern portion of what is now Southeast Fifth Street is really necessary. We are proposing to not only utilize the area on which we'll be building the public realm, but also, which is about 31 feet deep. The right-of-way today as dedicated is 77 feet. We're asking for 37 feet, which still allows, Vice Mayor, the lane of traffic traveling in the direction it is today to continue. Again, the site is also bounded on the east and the west by 2 state roads. So for safety concerns, and speaking with both the city's engineering department and reviewers and transportation and mobility, it seemed that the safest and in terms of mobility, way to allow the construction of the building, construction of the public realm, is to seek the revocable license for the, again, northern portion of Southeast Fifth, which will allow us not only access to the site to pour the foundation, which is going to take about 3 to 6 months, then to do the vertical construction, which should be 6 to 8 months, demobilize and create the public realm, which is estimated to be another 3 to 4 months. We're requesting in total, Vice Mayor, 17 months from start to finish to achieve all of that. So again, this is a unique site given the state roads, given the work we're doing both on and off site. And we've worked very hard with your staff to try to propose the safest both vehicular and construction truck access, as well as to make sure that pedestrians are not inconvenienced any further.
We're not closing
Excellent.
down the street, though. We're not closing.
No.
the street. No.
No,
No.
there is no, I apologize. For clarification, there's no proposal to close the street. The area on which there are today backup parking spaces and a portion of what I guess could be a lane, although it is only 1 lane heading west at this time, remains.
Great. Thank you, Courtney. I really appreciate that. I was able to just explain a little bit of that at my district meeting last night, but not as thoroughly. So thank you very much. And hopefully everyone's listening that had those questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, Courtney, there were several other people connected with your client. Do they want to say anything, or are we complete?
No, but thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, do you want to move the item?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
We moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and CM 11 is approved. Move on to CM 12. Vice Mayor, you pulled this as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Is Anthony Fajardo on the line?
Yes,
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Anthony. Just want a little clarification. For a while, there was a little confusion with the Progresso Village neighborhood and this particular project over a wall that was leading into the neighborhood that the neighborhood always thought was not going to be access into the neighborhood. And we've had some discussions over the months. So can you just let me know what the status is of that, and if the neighborhood has been apprised of what's going on, and have we solved that issue totally where there will not be that access into the neighborhood?
Yes, Vice Mayor. So that was handled through the admin review process, and we were able to get that sorted out, I think at the end of June. So we've deleted the passageway off of the plans, and there's a condition of approval talking about landscaping to fill in the gap in the wall. So it'd be a solid wall with landscaping like the rest of it.
Okay, excellent. And has that been communicated with the neighborhood, or should we just take care of that? Or have you already done that?
Earlier today, I sent the information to your office. We can definitely communicate with the neighborhood if we need to.
Okay, no, that'd be great. Just copy us and that'd be terrific. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mayor, I'll be happy to move this.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Moritas,
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor
I get the
Trentalis.
idea they're
Yes,
cut
and
us out.
the item is approved.
I think they cut us out. We're R2 and they said that
I'm sorry?
Somebody who came up from you.
Oh, okay. I just received a note that Commissioner McKenzie wanted to pull CM1. We did have speakers on CM1, but I'm happy to pull it. Commissioner McKenzie, what would you like to add to the discussion?
Well, I just wanted Chris to bring us up to speed. I had a lengthy conversation with him, and my concern is we're gonna farm this out to a third party to distribute the funds, being that people are in dire times right now. I was trying to see if we could keep it in-house and still meet the deadline to get the money on the streets, or have a component with a third party that our staff person is there to make sure, because typically when we're utilizing these type funds, CDBG or any other grants, we hit a threshold that we cut off, and there's always a holding tunnel, if you will, of people who have been inquiring prior to those funds running out, and we don't keep a list so we can go back and just pull from that list. So here I'm worried that some of our folks may not be able to access these funds, and my understanding of the funds is that these funds don't have the strenuous criterias of income and all these other things. It's specifically to get that money to the folks that need the assistance that they're inquiring. So I don't want us to say, hey, we're going to give it to another agency to do because they can do it better than us. I don't see why we can't facilitate that in-house. And if we can't, how do we monitor that our folks are having access and opportunity to access these funds?
Good. So
That
yeah,
was my concern.
very good questions. Let me bring Rachel to the meeting. She and I talked about this at length this morning as to what some of our thought process was and what some of the requirements of these COVID dollars are. So Rachel, can you talk a little bit about how we plan on addressing, how do we get the money out, and those that have approached us in the past that we would have some interest in connecting with? Could you give us just a quick rundown?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners and City staff. Rachel Williams with Housing and Community Development. Just to address Commissioner McKenzie's concerns, we thought about this at length. The performance period of the grant is from March through December 2020. We were only notified of this opportunity on July 22nd. And so we quickly huddled as a team to decide what was the most efficient way of getting these dollars out to the community within the limited time frame that we had. Now, to just clarify, we're not farming out the whole process. The city will remain in control of cutting the rent checks to eligible residents within the city limits. The part of it that we're farming out is the intake process, which is gathering the eligibility data from the residents and verifying that the landlord are indeed legitimate landlords, so that we're not just sending checks into open space, but we're actually fulfilling a need. We have thought about the process long and hard, and long is relative given the short notice that we had. How can we ensure that all those in our community who truly need these services access them? And so we looked at our staffing capacity, and with a team of 12, and we already have our hands filled with over 100 different grant activities going on to monitor, control, and manage. We said, okay, if we gave this section of the intake, if we contracted with a company, which would be covered under the grant, the section of the intake, we could do it more efficiently. This company has experience. They have been doing it for other cities, and they are currently doing it for other cities, and they would have the staffing capacity. We wouldn't have the hurdle of training and onboarding individuals, and we would not have an impact to the general funds. Whereas if we were to try to keep it in-house, we'd have to bring new people on to handle capacity and to get it out in the deadline that we have. With that being said, we looked at different ways to ensure that all residents, whether you're computer literate or not, would have capacity. So we spoke with the agency, which is Housing Foundation of America, and we said, here's what we'd like to do. We know you have been doing it, but this is how we would like to do it. We'd like to have a hotline number where our residents can call, and for those who are not as tech savvy, they will be able to get physical directions on how to go about applying for these funds, accessing these funds. We have thought about it, and we've said, you know, in worst case scenarios for individuals who don't have an access to computer, we will make a computer available. We're still looking at that location, whether it's going to be at our office at 914 Sistrunk, or we're going to work with an agency that's more accessible in the community to host that computer, that for residents who don't have access to a computer, they still will be able to come to this location and be guided through the process. So we thought about all of these things. We also thought about those who have not yet access, because remember, if you remember earlier on, we operated a SHIP-funded rental assistance program. And that is still ongoing. We're still cutting rent checks, even though we're not taking new applications. So that's still ongoing. And we thought about that process too, and we said we would make sure that this agency has a list of the persons who are already receiving benefits in this area from this source, so that persons who have never had a benefit of any sort since COVID and are eligible will be given first priority.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner?
No, that's it. Thank you.
I think that was a very thorough answer, and thank you for all the work you do on behalf of our community.
You're most welcome, sir.
Since it was pulled, do you want to introduce the item? Do you want to make the motion?
Introduce.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the item is approved. CM 13. This is for questions only, so no one has any questions, and it was not pulled. CR1 was not pulled, but Susie Bailey, do you have would you like to speak on that? Susie, are you there?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay. I just like,
Go ahead.
mute, sorry, technical difficulties, okay?
No problem. Go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, thank you, Commission. I just want to say that I oppose this 2021 budget amendment if it doesn't include money for a proposed waterway testing plan. I can't believe all of you aren't in favor of providing weekly test results for the health and safety of your constituents. When I heard on this morning's meeting suggestions of more meetings on waterway mitigation, or waiting for other municipalities to lead the way, or asking for the state to provide this information, I was reminded of why our waterways are in such a sad condition. Our waterways need attention, and we need attention. We need to give them attention now. This past February, Tim Myers of 954 Paddle requested that the commission take a proactive rather than a reactive approach to establishing a weekly waterway testing program during his presentation to all of you. These requests are still being made from residents throughout the city. Those living in areas contaminated by these poisonous spills are still concerned for their health and safety. since many of these waterways are still really smelly. Some of them are dark and murky with that brown sludge floating on top. And some are starting to get invaded by that blue-green algae, as you stated on your tweet last week, Jardine. This possible toxic algae is sucking all the oxygen and life out of Biscayne Bay, which we certainly don't want to happen here. As the HOA president of the Nurmi Isles at Vice Mayor Glassman's July pre-agenda meeting, I suggested teaming up with Miami Waterkeepers, a local non-for-profit water specialist team who could test our waters weekly and share their knowledge in marine environmental protection and restoration by working together with our city management. Another HOA president, Brian Donaldson, and I have presented Mayor Trantalis with a proposal from Miami Waterkeepers to test 10 chosen sites weekly throughout Fort Lauderdale waterways. These tests, performed by a team of marine environmental specialists, will provide easy to find, easy to read, and easy to understand waterway quality information that can help the city monitor contaminated areas for the health and safety of their constituents. They can also help mitigate areas of need. They could show areas where we could help enforce laws, like if there's high test-in numbers where there's liveaboards, maybe excessive landscape blowing. Testing can also show healthy areas of our waterways too, by exposing not just what's wrong, but what's working. Let's let Fort Lauderdale be a leader in waterway restoration. Please, guys, act now to add our proposed water keeper plan to your proposed budget. Your action is needed to start the healing process of our precious coastal waterways. By offering this olive branch to all of those who have been negatively affected by these toxic spills, this affordable $100,000 water keeper proposal could be a perfect addition to a 2021 waterway restoration plan. Thank you.
Susie, just so that we're clear here, the proposal that Brian Donaldson made today and report during the workshop was a proposal for the fiscal year 2021. What this is tonight is an amendment to the 2020 budget. So,
yes, but I didn't know which one to sign up for.
Okay. well, the 2021 hearings are not till next month, September.
Okay,
and
but I think that, I did hear this morning you guys were talking about putting it on. Was that for 2021?
Correct.
Right.
Okay. Well, then can I express the need for that, guys? Does everybody hear that? Hint, hint.
Yeah. And Susie, I'm with you.
I know you are. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I hope that, we've all experienced a lot, and especially we just had another one today. We see what's going on in Biscayne Bay. We don't want that to happen here. It's a win-win if we team up with this team. I can get Miami Waterkeepers to come in and speak if you have any questions for them. They want to work with everyone from our management, not against them. It's a teamwork, and I think we can all do a lot of good if we join this together.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Mayor,
yes.
I also just wanted Susie to know that we have these budget amendment items almost every meeting for the current fiscal year. And Susie, I know you said you're speaking against CR1, but these items in CR1 are also very important and need to happen. So I think I understand why you're speaking against it, because you're speaking in favor of what it is you want us to do. But this does not preclude us doing what you want us to do.
Okay, well, I appreciate any help. I think you heard my message and you know that I want to work with you all on this. I think we could do great things. So please, I hope we can put this on the budget because it really needs to be there. Thank you.
I'm hoping we can do that too. Thank you.
It's $100,000. It's not unaffordable.
What's $100,000 between friends? Right?
I actually didn't we have consensus this afternoon to actually include that in the 2021 budget?
Yes, we did. Yes,
that's
we had
what I
majority,
thought.
not consensus, majority.
We had a majority. Well,
oh, amen.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Yes.
guys. Be well.
We had a majority.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Let's see, CR2. James Santiago asked to speak on CR2. Hold on a second. Let me see what CR2 is.
It's a grant agreement with the airport.
regarding, a grant, approving a grant for the design and construction of a taxiway golf pavement rehabilitation project at the Executive Airport. We have James Santiago, Victoria Agudelo, Carol Jardine, and Sylvia Dybel, all asked to speak. James Santiago, are you there?
Don't have that name.
He's not there. Okay. How about Victoria Agudelo?
Yes.
Victoria, are you there?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I just gonna remind you guys something that it was printed on December 20, 2019 from James Nagle, N-A-U-G-L-E. Was quoted in social media, parentheses, for perhaps now the commission will consider a moratorium or high density development with a sewer system design for a maximum develop of 60 units per net acre. Stop approved towers with 125 to 400 units per acre.
Okay, wait. You're on the wrong item. You're speaking on R2. This is CR2. I think we may have misunderstood you when we signed you up.
We'll get back to you.
But we'll get back when that item comes up, okay? Are you there? Did you hear me, Victoria?
Yes, I did.
Okay, sorry about the misunderstanding.
That's okay. Thank you.
Is Carol or Jardine there? Or Sylvia Dybel? Is Carol there? Carol, can you hear me?
Just make sure she wants to speak on the airport grant.
Carol?
Yes, it's me. It's Carol Jardine, and I had signed up for the R2 discussion, not the airport.
All right, well, hang tight. We'll get there.
All right.
I just want you to know that may be deferred tonight. So we may not be taking the item up, but I just want to be aware that we're not there yet. And how about Sylvia? Are you there, Sylvia? Sylvia there? Sylvia, were you here to speak on the airport item or on R2?
She just has to unmute herself. She's recognized.
Unmute yourself. Sylvia, can you unmute yourself? One of the famous phrases that's going to go down in COVID-19 history. All right, well.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. All right. CR4, Commissioner Vice Mayor, you pulled CR4.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to hear from staff, Chris, or anyone else. I do know that this project in the Progresso Village neighborhood is very much supported by the neighborhood. It certainly fits our goal of affordable housing, increasing the availability of affordable housing in our city. And I do know that they are running up a deadline, against the deadline for September in terms of a state grant to also make this happen. I believe it's a $20 million grant. Anyway, I just want to hear from Chris or anyone else that we are going to do all that we can to make sure that those deadlines are met, so that we can have this moving forward. I believe that we only had one bid on this land when we put this site out for bid. So I'm hoping that we are going to be able to expedite this in a timely fashion.
Right, so Vice Mayor, there's two different things at play here. One is the resolution disposing of it. That's sort of transactional. The other comes in the form of potentially matching funds, to which we don't have sufficient matching funds at this point identified to meet the entirety of the request. That's not to say we won't find it, but we're really dealing with two different things in parallel here. One, the disposal of the property, the second, the match. I know I saw a letter this afternoon that would suggest there were different places we could look for the match. And I cannot commit those tonight. I can commit that we absolutely will look to try to find them so that we can meet the deadlines, and we understand the urgency. So yes, we'll do everything we can.
Excellent. I haven't had a chance to read that email yet. We've been sort of in meetings almost all day, but I'll be happy to look at that. Did that come from Green Mills, that email you're referencing?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to dive into it other than I know that the topic was relevant and the letter looked to capture ideas. And so I don't even know if you have it yet, but I'll know later tonight, maybe much later, depending on how long this meeting goes, what it in fact says.
Well, fortunately, this is the last item that the vice mayor pulled, so.
Thank you. I have a very active district, Mayor. What can I say?
I know you do. I have a little experience with that.
Yes, thank you. So anyway, thank you, Chris. I appreciate the attention to that. And as long as you're in communication with Green Mills and their council so that we're all, working together to see how we can make this happen and meet all those deadlines. Thank you.
Yeah, somebody from my office.
Would you like to move the item?
I'll be happy to. Thank you.
I hear a second.
Second.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending resolution number 20-93, amending sections 5 and 6 of resolution number 20-93 to allow for additional time to negotiate essential terms of the proposed bid terms, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the item is approved. Now, our last speaker asked to speak on CP 10, Maggie Hunt. Maggie, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome to the meeting.
Oh, thank you. I know you're going to vote tonight on, I guess, who was going to pick a designer, I guess, for the police station.
Well,
And
we're going to pick the designer. The commission's going to do that. This is a consultant. This is a consultant for construction services as well as design services and things like that.
Oh, well, I don't know, then maybe I misunderstood. I don't know. See if this is the correct place to say this, but I was looking at the backup for ACOM. And I was really impressed with some of the projects they had done. So I just wanted to put a word in there. And I also, it looks like they have some good experience with historic design. And in fact, the police station in Coral Gables, boy, that would just almost be the perfect building for the historic district there because of it's kind of reminiscent of the school behind Westside Elementary. And actually, when I look at it, it reminds me of the old courthouse as it's, a tower that's nestled with some three-dimensional rectangular shapes that create a lot of depth. And, you combine that with the park with the historic park we're trying to put together. And I think with a really great immersive job with a park, that we could create a place that people would want to come to when they visit. Also, though, the last thing, I'm wondering if we use a plan that they've already done, would that save some design hours and some money for the city? Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. I don't know how to answer that question. We're not even close to that point yet. But whenever we do receive design options, it'll certainly be put out to the public for everyone to comment. So we look forward to your getting involved, Maggie, and helping us through the process. Okay, so that was the last person who sought to speak on the consent agenda. So do I hear a motion to approve the rest of all the consent agenda items that were not already approved?
So moved.
Moved and
Second.
second. Thank you.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, so the rest of the consent agenda items are now approved. Moving on to M1, motion approving an interim agreement with Hensel Phelps Construction and a qualified project pursuant to Florida statute related to the city-owned property commonly known as the Fort Lauderdale Aquatic Center. I have one person who is asked to speak on this, but only for questions. Does anybody have any questions with regard to this item? Someone like to move the item?
Move.
I hear a
Second.
second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trent House.
Yes, and the motion's approved. R1, we have two people who have asked to speak on the appointment of board and committee members. Is Bill here? There's no last name. 60 Yale Drive, Fort Lauderdale.
So Bill Bradley on the call.
Do you have a phone number?
I don't, but he can unmute himself and acknowledge if that's the correct bill.
Bill, can you unmute yourself and tell us, is this the item you want to speak about?
No.
Bill? Bill? I know you're there.
This is Bill Bradley. I'm not going to speak on this item.
Okay, which item do you want to speak on?
We have two other Williams on the call, and otherwise I don't know.
Okay, sorry Rosenshine, I have you sign up for R1. Are you there?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Acknowledge just has to unmute.
Sorry, can you unmute yourself? We'll move on. Do you want to read the names, Jeff?
So for the September 1st resolution, we have a couple nominations that are consensus. Public Art and Placement Board, Vice Mayor Glassman has a nomination for Bonnie Barnett in the category of Chair of the Broward County Public Art and Design Committee, and Francie Bishop Good in the category of Professional Artist, resident of the City of Fort Lauderdale, knowledgeable in the field of public art. And then for individual nominations for the next commission meeting on September 1st, Donald Carney will be nominated for Historic Preservation Board by Commissioner Moritas. For tonight's resolution, Audit Advisory Board, Paul Zerwanka, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman, Lane Hacker, nominated by Mayor Trentalis, Keith Cobb, nominated by Commissioner Moritas, Aviation Advisory Board, Robert Laughlin, nominated by Commissioner Moritas. For the Budget Advisory Board, Adam Saban, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman, Michael Marshall, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman, Prabal Patel, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen, Johnny Smith and Robert McGrath, nominated by Commissioner McKenzie, Jeff Lowe and Brian Donaldson, nominated by Mayor Trentalis, Catherine Graham, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen, Christopher Williams and Ross Camerata, nominated by Commissioner Moritas. For Cemetery System Board of Trustees, Fred Nesbitt, nominated by Commissioner Moritas. Citizens Police Review Board, nominated by officer appointed by Chief of Police, Sergeant Matthew Mosseri, right? Code Enforcement Board, Zoe Metro, nominated by Commissioner Moritas, and that's consensus. Community Services Board, Christy Rice, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman. Elizabeth Pito, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman. Dana Summerstein, nominated by Commissioner Moritas, and Christina Dispro, nominated by Commissioner Moritas. Complete Count Advisory Committee, Corey Thiel, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen, and Mihai, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Dr. Jeffrey Thompson, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Evan Goldman, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Education Advisory Board, Terry Large, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Amy Elowitz, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman. And finally, Marine Advisory Board, James Harrison, nominated by Commissioner McKenzie. We just need someone to introduce.
Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Introduced by Commissioner Sorensen.
A resolution, the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached hereto and made a part hereof. Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie, Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Commissioner McKenzie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we didn't hear your vote.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, R2, quasi judicial resolution approving a plat known as Gumaconda, located at 3001 North Ocean Boulevard, 3001 North Ocean LLC. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Mr. Lagerbloom.
So, Mayor, earlier today, we received a request to defer this item to September the 1st. I want to see first if the commission wants to entertain that deferral. Otherwise, we will make a presentation and move forward.
So, Anthony Fajardo, are you there?
I am, Mayor.
So Anthony, tell us what exactly this is about, approving a plat. Is this like approving a building?
No, the plat for this property wasn't done. So this is almost an administrative type thing. We've done this several times, hundreds of times with the city. The platting requirements are county requirements. And this will just plat the property, and then it's got a plat note restriction for 108 hotel units on it.
So when you say it needs to be platted, was it ever platted before?
I don't believe so. And in order to have any development on the site, the county would require it to be platted for anything that goes there.
So whether it be a hotel or a grocery store or restaurant or whatever.
That's correct.
It would have to be a plat. So this is not approving any particular development, right?
No, this doesn't approve the development. There was a project on the site that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Board 2 months ago, I believe. In June. And so the platting is another step in that process. But like you said, what you stated was correct. Any project on that site would have to be replatted.
Mayor, just for the record, it was platted, but back in 1923. And according to the county, anything platted prior to June 4th, 1953 has to be replatted. So it was platted very.
So this has been sitting there unplatted for since 1953. So now this is a ministerial task. Anthony?
1923.
23.
Right, but we were responsible. I got the 23, but we were required to do it up until 1953, and we never did it. So
I was just saying, when it comes up for development, then it would have to be replatted since it's been platted prior to 1953.
Right.
So that's why it's coming up now, because there's development
proposed. Okay. All right. So back to you, Mr. Lagerbloom. So there's been a request to defer. Vice Mayor, do you want to comment on this?
Well, is the applicant or the applicant's attorney here? I'm just trying to figure out why we are deferring this, if it's just an administrative plat. I'm just trying to figure out, is council here?
Ms. Toothaker, are you here?
She is.
Hi. Hi, good evening. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Gumaconda. I am here. Thank you. I was just unmuted by the moderator. Vice Mayor, I had submitted an application for deferral because I wasn't sure that our we were going to be prepared to go forward this evening, but I certainly can. It is administrative. The project has already been approved by the Planning and Zoning Board. The site plan does not come before you. The site plan has already passed, and this is really a technical administrative approval. I do have a short PowerPoint that I can share, and I'm certainly prepared to go forward.
Well, I don't know about you, Mayor, but I mean, I know people have signed up or people are here and council's here, and I don't understand why we would defer it if we don't have to. It's just
because there's a request by the party to defer.
right. But I guess now she's saying that she didn't know if they were going to be ready, but she's saying now they are ready. Whatever you'd like to do, Mayor, it's okay.
I'm happy to withdraw, or I'm happy to go forward, whatever the pleasure of the commission is, whatever you feel. I know there's people signed up that want to speak, and we're certainly prepared to respond to questions.
Well, the good thing is that in these days, when a person signs up to speak, they're still at home. They haven't come to the city hall and they're not here sitting here waiting to speak. I just want you to know that we have over 100 speakers that have signed up to speak. So we'll be here for a very long time tonight. And so what I'm thinking is that I don't think the community has been adequately educated as to what this is about. Because tonight, if all we hear about is that a hotel is a bad thing, that's not the issue tonight.
Right.
Anybody who signed up wants to talk about a hotel, then I have to warn you that I'm going to have to cut you off, because that's not what the issue tonight is about. What the issue tonight is about is whether or not we should plat the area for future development. And that's all that's on the agenda tonight. So, Vice Mayor, do you feel that the message has been adequately addressed in your community to determine whether or not we should go forward? Because I think a lot of people who signed up have a misunderstanding that we're going to be talking about a hotel development, which we're not.
I have personally had conversations with presidents of 2 buildings and also president of a homeowners association. I've explained what a plat is, but I think with everyone on the Zoom meeting right now, perhaps it would be very beneficial. And I know Alan, our city attorney, has explained that this has not been platted since 1923. This is the original Lauderdale Beach plat. The county requires us to replat anything that hasn't been platted since 1953, but he hasn't explained exactly what a plat is. So we know the process, we know what this is about, we know why this is an administrative process for us, but perhaps if Alan could just take this opportunity and educate everybody as to what a plat actually is, I see no reason why we can't move forward. And then, Mayor, obviously, as you said, if someone's going to start talking about the site plan, that's not applicable to this particular item before us, correct?
That is correct.
Well, then you're running the meeting, so I would just say that would be up to you. But I think it would be a good opportunity now for our city attorney to do a little educational piece for everyone on what exactly is a plat.
Sawallo?
Sure.
Plat 101.
Plat 101. A plat is essentially a map or sort of a depiction of a subdivision of land. And that's how we track and identify pieces of property throughout the city and throughout the county, obviously. And that's well known. It's really an easy means for us to identify the property. And the governing bodies obviously are required to do that. In order to plat a property, there are some minimal technical requirements in our ULDR that you have to check off the boxes, and Mr. Fajardo can possibly go into more detail as to those, but it includes a variety of things, ingress, egress. There are some infrastructure components there that they have to satisfy. Your professional staff on this particular one has reviewed it and has said that they meet the technical requirements. The case law is very clear that once you reach and you have data that supports meeting those technical requirements, at that point, the governing body's decision is really ministerial because they've done that. Obviously, that can always be defeated in regards to empirical data that comes back that says somehow something's inaccurate or something hasn't been met. But unless you have that, it's really an administrative act by the governing body to just identify that piece of property as it's been presented.
Okay, so So I've been to this site many, many times, and right now it just looks like a mess. So it's a mess because nothing could be built on it, whatever happens to be built, nothing can be built on it because it hasn't been platted. Is that
You
correct?
could, right, before anything can be built on that, it has to be platted. So it's gonna have to be
So
replatted
tonight's
regardless
not-
of what goes on there.
So tonight is not a determination as to what's being built on it. Tonight is a determination about allowing a plat to be established for the site so something can be built on.
Correct.
All right, I'm prepared to go forward and I just not warning, but advising everybody that that if you signed up to speak and it is with regard to a specific project, I'm going to have to terminate your presentation and ask you to save it for the time in which an actual proposal is being put before the commission. Because tonight is simply about whether or not we should allow anything to be built on there.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I have a question. Alan mentioned something, and I'd like him to repeat it, about technical requirements such as infrastructure. Alan, could you just repeat that what's applicable there in terms of the plat?
Sure. There's in our ULDR, we have technical requirements for platting. And I don't have those to memory, obviously, that it's a long list. But it goes through our DSD department. They go through and evaluate just normal DRC type situation where they make sure that everything is satisfied, has support, be supported by data. And once they determine that those have been met, the governing body essentially loses discretion. So Anthony may be able to give better examples of the technical requirements. I know of a few that I've dealt with, with ingress, egress, size of the property, infrastructure is one of them. And he may have better examples of that, exactly of all the requirements under that section. But
So Alan, you had indicated earlier that this plat proposal is to determine whether or not a hotel could be built on there with 108 rooms. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I mean, certainly there's always consideration. If you're going to look at infrastructure, there's going to be some consideration as to some proposed uses.
Right.
But so let's say they meet all the technical requirements, which your professional staff says they have. Okay. And then someone comes and says, well, a hotel, like you said in your example before, doesn't fit here. It's not going to be appropriate for the neighborhood and so on and so forth. That has absolutely nothing to do with it and can't be a consideration for whether you approve it or disapprove the plat. The only way you can disapprove a plat is if they have not met one of those technical requirements.
Well, in terms of technical requirements then, we're not really looking for sewage capacity because we don't know what's being built there.
There is a component for infrastructure. Again, Mr. Fajardo may have better details on that, on the nuts and bolts of it. There is some consideration for infrastructure there. So to some extent, there's some proposed development that has to be considered for that purpose. But Mr. Fajardo perhaps can.
So can I ask Anthony a couple questions?
Sure.
Anthony.
Anthony, can you come on the line for us?
So Anthony, I understand the city attorney to say that there's a certain set of technical requirements that have to be met in order for a property to meet the requirement to be platted that really removes the discretion of the local government. Does our analysis suggest that this action tonight is in keeping with meeting those criteria, and this is just something that we're bringing forward and we would recommend to the commission as a professional staff that there really is no other option but to approve?
Yes, it does. So you have two different versions, right? You can plat a property that was never platted before, and then you replat based on the requirements of the Broward County code. So it's their process. They're the ones that trigger the platting. And generally, the standard requirements have to do with private streets, cul-de-sacs, dimensions of right-of-ways, that type of thing. So the idea is that when you plat these unplatted properties, you're able to accommodate all those infrastructure within those right-of-ways, and you have enough room. And in this case, you have streets already that are there. We're not really platting something that wasn't there before. And that is already taken care of through our adequacy requirements. in the ULDR for any new projects that come online. So there's already infrastructure in there for streets and infrastructure for water, sewer. And when the hotel came through that process, those were reviewed at that time.
Well, let me ask you this then. This plat application, is it for a specific use? And is that use being considered in terms of determining whether or not the infrastructure is sufficient for this plat application?
So the plat application isn't really for a specific use. What you see is a restriction. So the plat note will say it's restricted to a certain type of thing, or it will have a non-vehicular access line on the plat saying that you can't run vehicles through a certain area of the boundary. But all the other uses would be permitted, and the use that's restricted on the plat would be permitted up to the limitation stated. So in this case, you have a limitation of 108 hotel rooms. The approval was actually for 106 hotel rooms. And so per the plat, there's capacity for 2 additional hotel rooms. It doesn't mean that the applicant has to do that. They can do something else. It just means that's if they do the hotel, that's what they're limited by.
Okay, so does the plat, if the plat is approved, then if the applicant comes back and wants a site plan approval for a 106-room hotel, does it ever come back to the commission for approval since it has already met the requirements of the plat?
No, once the plat's approved, the limitation on the plat would remain, and anything that went through the process would go through a separate process for approval. So for instance, in this case, that parcel is zoned commercial business, and it required planning and zoning board approval with a 30-day call-up by commission.
So, but the 30-day call-up can only be done on the basis of indicating that the planning and zoning board, is it the planning and zoning board it comes from, or from DRC?
This would be planning and zoning board.
So if the city commission would have to determine that the planning and zoning board failed to follow the essential requirements of law, that's standard? Is that what we're talking about?
That's standard language. Yes, that's correct. So we go through a typical call-up process. One of the members of the commission would call the item up, and then we put it on an agenda. There would be a discussion. And if the majority wanted to hear the item, we would have placed it on a city commission agenda.
So I think what the community is saying tonight is that this isn't just a ministerial task. This is in fact creating parameters for development that once we approve it, it takes it away from the commission to have any further say on what's built there. And as long as if this plat is approved, then and any development project that is proposed falls within those requirements that we are establishing tonight, then the city commission, unless it calls it up and finds fault with P&Z, the fault has to be specific as to the P&Z failing to follow the essential requirements of law, then it's pretty much a done deal before it ever gets to the commission. That's what the community is afraid of.
But Anthony, can you clarify one thing for me? The reason this isn't coming to the commission again, is it because it's being platted? It's because of the level of development, correct? It's already been through P&Z. The call-up has already occurred on this item, correct?
Right, the call-up period is already expired for the hotel. This is just another step of the process. You have to replat the property.
So it's not the platting that's causing it not to come back to you. It's the level of development. If it was a type of development that needed to come back to you, it would. The platting aspect of it is just a component of any development. But the reason it's not coming back to you is because of the level of development, not just
and no one called it up. So this is kind of that process already happened.
It never was going to come to you anyway.
Right. So this is the community's last-ditch effort to prevent the development.
And if I may say, that's essentially the problem that you get into when you look at the case law. Because oftentimes this happens in other jurisdictions. It's happened in this jurisdiction before, and we've lost where you have a project that perhaps folks don't want, and this is an opportunity to try to speak up against it. But if it's denied on the plat based on the project, you get an immediate reversal in court, and then you're back to square one, and it has to be approved.
Mr. Vice Mayor, do you have any thoughts on this? This is in your district.
I do, Mayor. you know, because of the fact that Alan talked about some of those technical requirements and he mentioned infrastructure, and he did say that if P and Z, our staff rather, actually signed off on it, that removed the discretion of the local government, meaning us. So I understand that. But if Raj is here or if Anthony's equipped, I would love to hear a discussion of just that area in terms of the infrastructure. And here's why. I've had conversations with folks from one side of the street on the Publix project. I've had conversations with Raj. I've had conversations with folks all in and around that area. And there are a lot of improvements slated in terms of infrastructure for A1A and 30th, and then heading west all the way to the Intracoastal. Being that we're already in this education mode tonight, and I appreciate the city attorney and Anthony for imparting that education to everyone, I think it would behoove us to hear exactly what's happening and all the plans, because there is a lot of new infrastructure work. That was a big concern that I heard when I listened in to the Planning and Zoning Board meeting when the site plan was considered. And I would like to hear Raj talk about everything from A1A and 30th, what's happening going down 30th West, and then all of the cross streets as we get to the Intracoastal and under the Oakland Park Bridge, if that's possible, in a very quick fashion, 5 minutes. If Raj is here.
Raj is here and he's now recognized.
Good evening again. To give a sort of a disclaimer, if I may, please. I was the owner's rep on this project from 2015 until I came to work for the city of Fort Lauderdale. And this was a condition that I had mentioned that before I was hired, I made it very clear to the deputy city manager, and it is in writing, that I need some time to wrap up my projects, and one of them happens to be this one. And as a result of this, although I was supposed to start early in January, I had to defer my start date because this project, the owners were out of the country and I had to wait. So I just want to make sure that this is on record, and this has nothing to do with what has transpired in terms of the infrastructure. We had a request from Publix, if you recall, that there was an issue that Publix people, they were asked to review the infrastructure, the adequacy, and that's when I was involved, and they were concerned that the infrastructure was not adequate. So I had my maintenance staff and everybody involved in the whole in the whole process to go and study each and every element of infrastructure. That included the pump station, that included the pumps, that included the gravity main, that included the flooding issues, that included the king tide issues, that included the backflow that was coming from the near the Hooters, or what the Shooters, whatever the name is, I'm sorry. So we looked at all the elements of the infrastructure, and so it is whatever needs are there. The needs are west of 33rd Avenue. They go so the staff has been working on this. They have identified that there is no issue with the capacity. Many of the valves that are there, they have sunk, and they probably have, I cannot 100% say with guarantee, but I do know that because the flooding has been reported in that area, it has taken a toll on the pavement. And there are a few catch basins, there are a few manholes that are in need of repair. So all that work has been done, and the most important reason why the flooding has taken place or has been flooded because of the king tide is because of the valves not being in place before, and the most importantly, the seawall under the bridge over the Oakland Park not being high enough to stop the backflow. Fortunately, FDOT has increased it by a foot. So with that combination, that the seawall has been increased and that we have installed the plugs, the only thing left is now whatever is the flooding that happens on those roads, which is not because of significant rain event, but it does give us the opportunity to do what is called a stormwater well. That has been asked to be designed. So therefore, once those combination are done, so you take a step by step. You cannot just resolve unless you have the king tide water flowing back into the road. And so if the city were to go and repave the road, but you don't resolve it, so in about 6 months time or 2 years time, it's going to go back to the same thing. So we have taken a very systematic approach in terms of making sure that all these manholes are lined up, they are repaired. The water wells which are sinking, they are repaired. We are going to install the seawall cap. We are also going to make sure the plugs are working. And most importantly, we are going to design deep well injection or the stormwater well, which is probably the most time-consuming thing because it requires a special permit in the design. Having all that, once it is all done, then you can go back, mill and resurface like what we do for any other project that we are doing the same thing in Victoria Park. We are doing in Commissioner Moritas district. So you take those improvements in steps, and so all those improvements are currently in work. So it is going to take a little while, but as far as the analysis concerned, the analysis was done independent of it was done by Anthony's staff at DSD, the engineers. It was before I came on board, so there was absolutely there was no influence by because I was on the other side of the fence, and it was everything was designed and approved by the staff at that time. So this is the summary of whatever is going to happen. Again, as of today, we have not found that there is any infrastructure deficiency in that area, except that it does look bad, but primarily it has been because of the backflow from the king tide. The water has been standing there. It really has caused a lot of settlement, and that's why it looks the way it is. But if you take a systematic approach, you can resolve almost all of those issues.
Thank you, Raj. I have a question for you. So what exactly was Publix told that they needed to do at first that caused a little bit of concern? And then I know you and I talked about it and worked on it with Publix, and we came to a resolution. But what exactly was Publix told they had to do, and how is that being resolved right now?
Mr. Vice Mayor, the Publix issue was that the staff had reviewed, and they just assumed that because the gravity sewer line that runs from A1A west towards the 33rd Avenue is, because it is old, it needs to be replaced, and the replacement cost turned out to be over $1 million, which was objected to by the developers of the Publix, which triggered the entire investigation of the area just to make sure that we were fair in asking that improvement. So the right thing that should have been done, and this was probably because I'm assuming that somebody probably missed it, that the right approach should have been that the engineers, they should have asked our maintenance department or the operations people to go and do the TV inspection. So when they did the TV inspection, they found that there was nothing wrong with the infrastructure in terms of the capacity of the pipe. It was well within the capacity, and there was a small area that was impacted towards the southern side, which was very minuscule, that it could have been done by anybody because it was a maintenance issue. It would have been city's responsibility. But my understanding is that Publix people, they offered to take care of that. So that request that was made to Publix was essentially jumping the gun, and it was not fully investigated by the operations. But when they did that, they checked all the lines starting from the Publix of the intersection. They went all the way down to the pump station, and since that time, the pumps have been replaced, and that's all. And so it has all been evaluated. Again, the question is that we do have issues starting, going westward, because the pavement and the roadway they do look bad, but it is not because there is a deficiency in the carrying the capacity. It is just because of what has happened over the years that has caused a sort of a visual impact that something is terribly wrong.
Understood. Thank you, Raj. So what exactly are we doing, if anything, to that gravity sewer line just north of the public site?
There is a very small section that needs to be relined, and that can be done, and that has been offered by Publix. So hey, if they are volunteered to do it, that's fine. If not, then definitely, if they can if they can say that they don't want to do it, then obviously it is our maintenance responsibility, like any other work we are doing throughout the city, and we'll be happy to do it.
Great. So we're going to reline that gravity sewer line, and that will be the fix.
Yes, sir. But as far as the volume carrying capacity is concerned, the staff prior to me has already determined that is not an issue.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Raj. Thank you. Mayor, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, so let's talk, for example. So planning and zoning approved the plat unanimously, is that correct? I believe that's correct. Anthony, is that correct?
Yes.
And so what does the district commissioner want to do here?
I think we should move forward. I mean, we've heard everything we've had, at least I've heard everything that I've had to hear in terms of what a plat is. I feel that the city attorney's done a good job educating. It's been made clear that much of this is taken out of the purview of the elected officers, which is the commission. I just think that we should move forward. I don't know what we'll gain by deferring the plat, but I also wanted to mention that I believe we would have to do disclosures if we move forward. This is a quasi-judicial agenda.
So are you supportive of the item?
Of the plat?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, so then let us move forward. Again, I just want to caution everybody who signed up that we are simply going to talk about the plat and not the proposed development that apparently has come and gone. Any opportunity just to speak on that. So then let me hear the full disclosure. So Commissioner Moritas, do you have any disclosures here?
I do. Can you hear me? Let's see. June 27th, 2019, I had a call with Stephanie Toothaker, and 8/22, 2019, I had a meeting with Stephanie and Raj. That's it.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Let's see, on December 5th, 2019, I met with Eric Linder, Jeff Tulare, and Steve Gannon. On December 16th, 2019, I met with Stephanie Toothaker, and I believe the P&Z meeting was June 17th. So I think on the 18th, I had phone conversations with Eric Linder and Jeff Tulare. Thank you. After the Planning and Zoning Board meeting.
Commissioner McKenzie?
I've had several meetings with the applicant and their representative.
Commissioner Sorensen?
August 6th with Stephanie Toothaker. Thanks.
I had multiple meetings with Stephanie Toothaker and her client, and have been to the site multiple times, especially as I'm exiting Thasso's Greek Restaurant. You have to kind of go around there to get out of there, because for a long time, the construction under the bridge, there was huge water flooding under the bridge. Thank you. You fixed it now. It's really great. Thank you, Chris Lagerblum.
That was the state. That was the state, Dean.
Oh, well.
That was the state.
Notice I didn't interject.
Yes.
Well, it's about time you got to it, FDOT.
There you go.
Mayor,
Yes,
it's Anthony. I just want to make a correction to my previous response. It was approved 7-2. I
7-2
apologize.
for the site plan.
No, according to the backup, it was 7-2 for the plat,
7-2 for the plat. Okay.
which
Mayor.
matched the site plan approval.
Mayor,
And what about the site plan itself?
It was 7-2 as well.
Oh, they're both 7-2. Okay. All right, let us begin. Yes.
thank yourself. You sit on the MPO. That's one of our projects.
Yeah. Pat me on the back. Okay. So I'm going to count them and I'm going to announce them by threes so that everyone can be prepared to unmute yourself. Carmela Palladino, followed by Robert Owen, followed by Sherry Fidelson. You have, by the way, we're going to have 2 minutes, not 3 minutes tonight, because this is going to take us too deep into the evening. Something tells me that you'll be able to give your position within the 2 minutes, and I think to respect everybody else's right to speak, you're going to have to limit it to 2 minutes. So,
And
Carmela?
Mayor, did you say there are some parameters you're gonna kind of
Yes,
guide?
I
Say those
everybody-
again. Thanks.
People need to speak only to the plat and not to the site plan. That is to say, whether or not we should allow any development there. And that's really what the plat is about. So if you try to talk about this particular project, I'm going to have to ask you to terminate your remarks because that is not what the issue is tonight. Thank you, Commissioner.
So yeah, again, Mayor, just to be clear, so the idea being we can either allow development or not on this plat. It's
Either allow
binary.
development or the development plat allows some development.
Yep. Thank you.
Carmela,
Yes,
good evening.
good evening. How are you?
Good.
I'm actually going to be talking about document 31 in the PDF file that you received earlier.
We have you down as R2.
Right, and we sent a PDF file over, and I'm going to be talking about the document, which is page 31 in the PDF file, if you wanted to bring it up.
Okay. You just keep talking.
Okay. Well, my concerns are that the B14 sewer basin project to address our critical infrastructure has repeatedly been deferred. In the budget you approved last year, it was deferred to beyond 2024 and was unfunded. The preliminary budget for fiscal year 2021 shows that the project has been removed completely. So as a building manager, it is my job to pay close attention to the annual increase in water and sewer fees charged to residential and multifamily buildings. Knowing that we had this long outstanding critical infrastructure project to address sewer basin B14, we had hope that this would be done by now. Unfortunately, a few years ago, we learned about the city's policy called return on investment, which, as you can see, the commission and the previous commission have transferred over $126 million to the general fund for non-infrastructure needs.
So tell me how
So-
that relates to this plaque.
Well, I'm going to get there. So
Okay.
the practice continued despite many critical infrastructure projects like B14 being recommended for rehabilitation or replacement since 2007. And as you transferred over 126 million of our water and sewer money for other needs, we have seen our B14 project increase in cost from 2 million to 4.46 million. We have also seen our project become unfunded. So when the state of Florida recently amended the wastewater consent order, the following quotes were included in the Sunset Note. State officials rejected a common strategy of allowing the city to comply with penalties by spending the fine on its own sewer repairs. The reason for the rejection, Wallenstein said, was the city's history of siphoning money from the utility fund to pay for pensions.
If you called for 2 minutes with this big of a stack, I think we need to.
Carmela, you passed your 2 minutes, so thank you for speaking tonight. Robert Owen, followed by Sherry Fidelson, followed by Eric Linder. Robert, are you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm a Tides resident and also an engineer. I've been studying the tidal flooding for the last 4 years, and I think you've even received some communication from me over that time. I believe what I heard tonight has greatly oversimplified the tidal flooding situation. Over my years of study, I've learned that 70 days of the year, the king tide totally floods Northeast 32nd Avenue. Sometimes it's so high, 7 of those 70 days, it overtops the seawall. So the repair to the seawall only takes care of 7 days. 63 of those days where we had the tidal flooding, it rises from the intercoastal through the underground storm drainage system. And I have a figure that I sent you. I don't know if you can see it, figure 1.
Are you saying that that condition impacts this particular site?
Definitely, yes. There are 2 segments on Northeast 32nd Avenue that we have the tidal flooding, that you have your sewer system. Can you see my figure 1? The south segment, there are 4 major outfalls on the south end of Northeast 32nd Avenue that drain to the intercoastal. You've put check valves, and we thank the city for that, on 2 of those outfalls. The other 2, one is a major DOT outfall. The other, I believe, is even a county outfall. The city system follows all of 32nd Avenue. Only the south part is where you put the check valves. The north part, there is a part of the city system that connects to the state system. And there's no check valve. The tidal flooding will still come in through that area, even with the seawall, because we have 63 days where it doesn't overtop the seawall and we still have the street flooding.
Thank you, Robert. Your 2 minutes are up. We appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yep.
I just need some clarification. Raj, is this site that we're platting now, is this in the sewer basin B14 area?
Yes, the sewer from this particular property is going to flow. It goes west and then it goes south in B14. But what the gentleman was referring to is the flooding because of the valves not being at all outfalls, and so that is a stormwater issue that he has raised. And as I had said early in the beginning, that to resolve the flooding issue, the staff is considering the design of the drainage wells, which is going to take about 6 to 8 months, and that should resolve the flooding issue on those streets that he's talking about. So there are 2 different things. One is about the sewer, which is not what he was defining, and this was the stormwater that we already said that we are looking into it to alleviate that problem.
Okay, but it's in the B3 sanitary sewer basin, correct?
Initially, I think it is my recollection, Mr. Vice Mayor, that early on, when the sewer basin was asked, somebody from the city staff in engineering, they said that it was in B3. But then when it went to the engineers in DSD, they determined that it was in B14. And B14 since that time has been rehabbed in terms of, and this is what my staff has told me, and there were some issues with the pumps. The pumps have been replaced or they are in the process of being installed. So they have always said that there is no known issue to them, but again, I can double check and I can report back. But whatever I'm telling you has been conveyed to me by the operations folks.
Okay, because please do report back, because I am in possession of an October 25th email from staff that says it's in the B3 and not the B14 sanitary sewer system. But so you're saying that the sewer basin B14 has been totally rehabbed? Because I want you to address that, because Ms. Palladino said that that has not been addressed.
What I'm going to do, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm going to pull out the the report from the operations people, and I'll transmit that to you. And just to make sure that, so whatever I'm sharing this, it has been after the staff has gone out, televised the whole system, and has given the report. So
Right,
that,
thank you.
yes.
Because I just want to make it clear that I am very concerned about infrastructure in this area. And to me, we can't make any mistakes and we can't mislabel any basins. And we have to know exactly what's under this ground. And I'm just so concerned with the flooding and the conditions of the roadways. And I just want to make sure that we're really on top of this. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We'll do. We'll let you, definitely we'll share all that information with you.
Thank you.
Okay, is Sherry Feidelson there, followed by Eric Linder, followed by Carolyn Corpy? Is Sherry?
No, Eric is there. Sherry is not. Eric
Sherry's
is.
not? Okay.
I'm
Eric
here.
Linder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will keep this as brief as possible. First, I just want to note, this is a quasi judicial meeting, and I don't know that any of the witnesses have been sworn in yet. I certainly was not sworn in.
The witnesses who signed up to speak?
Right. They're sworn in, speakers are sworn in. Oh, okay, well, because it's virtual, then we don't, but unless they're actual witnesses of parties, we don't need to have them sworn.
Okay. So the witnesses that are being asked to speak tonight are not sworn in because it's done virtually. We don't have the capacity to do it. So I'll give you your full 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I just, for the record, want to object because I do believe, I know planning and zoning, all the speakers from the public were sworn in. I also believe under Florida Supreme Court Administrative Order 20-16, any quasi judicial meeting would qualify as a legal meeting, especially since I believe any ruling or any vote taken by this commission can be appealed directly to the circuit court. And that administrative order states that any person administering an oath must be able to hear and see the witness via audio and video communications. That being said, this to me is not just about approving a plat, it's about approving a plat to allow 108 hotel rooms. I do have concerns about the infrastructure.
Eric, you're fading out. You're fading out.
I apologize. I will speak up. To me, my understanding is this isn't just about approving a plat, it's about approving a plat that allows up to 108 hotel rooms on this small piece of property. And I am concerned about the effects on the infrastructure. I'm glad that Commissioner Glassman has brought up the issue he just brought up, because I would note, Commissioner Glassman, you were quoted in the Sun Sentinel last December with regards to the River Park project when you were advised by city staffers that that there was capacity, and that's all that's been mentioned is capacity. But you said, and you were quoted as saying, this is not just about capacity. I want to know the age of the pipes. I want to know what the conditions of the infrastructure underground are. And I think that's relevant and necessary to know before determining if the infrastructure can support 106 suites.
All right, well, thank you, Eric. In response to that, I do believe that when staff was asked at Planning and Zoning to give a report on the infrastructure when the site plan was being considered, I believe the report was given at that time and the infrastructure analysis was presented at that time. And apparently the city staff indicated that there was sufficient infrastructure, and that's why I believe that's why it moved forward 7-2. Okay, Carolyn Corpy, followed by Scott Israel, a different Scott Israel. I'm not going to pronounce this name correctly. Lamute Palaskete. Is Carolyn there?
First two. We do not have either of the first two.
You don't have Scott Israel or Carolyn Corpy?
That's a little busy.
Okay. Yeah, different Scott Israel. Lamute Palaskete.
Good evening.
How do you pronounce your name?
Laimute Paulauskaite.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. I'm the owner of the unit in this on 3020 Northeast 32nd Avenue.
Okay.
I will be very short. My point is, it's not about the plat. It's about how about if we will fix everything before we will proceed to the plat. All the pipes needs to be fixed, everything what is under the question in reference of the sewage and water, and then you come back with everything fixed and prove that there will be no flood, no issues, and we will look at the plat.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Sure,
Have a good evening.
you too.
Okay, Edward Schlepak, followed by Tim Donnelly, followed by William Stoneberg. Is Edward there? Edward? Ed? Ed, are you there? All right, let's move on. Tim Donnelly? Tim Donnelly?
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you, Mayor. I
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You're James Timothy.
Correct. I go by both. James, my first name is James. People call me Tim.
But what's your last name?
Donnelly. Donnelly.
Okay. How are you this evening?
I'm real good. Thank you, sir.
So why don't you tell us what your thoughts are?
Oh, my thoughts, well, on the plat, I don't think this is the right plat for a hotel. This is a community business zoning district, which I won't get into the ULDR, but it's clearly spelled out in there as a community business zoning district. Once it's replatted, we ruin that forever because a hotel is not going to serve the surrounding area. Now, I know I'm off topic there. I do apologize. I think us as laymen did not realize that a level 4 hearing had terminated, but I would like to respectfully submit an email to you and Commissioner Glassman requesting a level 4 hearing in the near future. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Anthony Fajardo, do you have something to say tonight?
Yes, Mayor. I need to correct my previous correction. For the record, the plat was approved unanimously. The site plan was approved 7-2. My apologies. It was combined together in the backup and I misread it.
Okay, so what we're voting on tonight was approved by planning and zoning unanimously. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. You were correct the first time.
That's what I thought I read. Okay.
Anthony.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I have a question. I apologize. So help me understand this. Because in Exhibit 5 on page 11 of the Planning and Zoning June 17th minutes, there's 2 roll calls. There's a roll call, motion passed 7-2, and that's the site plan. And then there was another motion made by Mr. Pruitt, seconded by Mr. Cohen to approve the plat. And the minutes say the roll call, the motion passed 7-2 on the plat. So are the minutes incorrect or what's happening?
No, they should be correct. If you go up to page 4, there was a motion made by Vice Chair Fertig, seconded by Mr. Shetman, to include the city staff report. And that motion was passed unanimously. Yeah, this is confusing. I apologize.
Well, no, Anthony, look at page 11 of the P&Z minutes, which is Exhibit 5. And on the top, you have 2 things going on, because on the bottom of page 10 is the first motion made by Ms. Scott, seconded by Mr. Cohen to approve, and that's the site plan. So, and then Attorney Wallen read that into the record to approve the site plan, and it says in a roll call vote, the motion passed 7-2, Chair Moss and Vice Chair Fertig dissenting. Then underneath
You're absolutely right, Vice Mayor. You're right.
And underneath that, it says the motion made by Mr. Pruitt, seconded by Mr. Cohen to approve the plat, And in a roll call vote, the motion passed 7-2. Chair Moss and Vice Chair Furtick dissenting.
Nope, you're absolutely correct. I should practice reading minutes more often.
So are you correcting your corrected correction?
Correcting the correction of the correction.
Thank you.
But in either case, it was passed by planning and zoning, correct?
It was passed by planning and zoning.
Okay, let's move on. William Stoneberg, followed by Michael Pellicone, followed by Ron Whittle. Is William there? William? William, are you there? Unmute yourself. All right, we're gonna move on. Michael Pellicone, are you there? Michael Pellicone, are you there? Okay, we'll move on. Ron Whittle, these all seem to be from the same address. That, I guess that's, is that the Berkeley building? Ron Whittle, are you there? Why are we having problems getting through to these people?
Hello, this is Ron Whittle.
Hi, Ron.
Hello.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, I'd just like to reinforce the situation. I live at the Tides at 3020 Northeast 32nd, and we have a real issue with the infrastructure there and adding any additional drainage with additional units there, because I have 2 basset hounds that I have to walk, and I have to take them through 6-8 inches of water, which I don't know what's in this water. Every time I have to take them out in mostly November, December, and these situations. So if you add another 100+ units there, it makes our life very unbearable, and the health of us and our dogs are at risk. So I'm very concerned about the plat.
So you're saying that the stormwater that collects on your street would be impacted by a new development on this site? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not only that, it floods from all the different drains and such. So I'm not sure what exactly it's draining from. All I know is, as a resident there, it's very unsafe when you're walking through 6 to 12 inches of water around the neighborhood, and adding additional drainage there is not going to help the situation in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew Herman, followed by Nancy Stelnick, followed by Mark Schweitzer. Matthew, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. How are you? I'm not going to reiterate all the infrastructure issues that we're talking about, but in your committee notes and letters that approved this project, one of the letters dated November 5th of 19 was saying that the infrastructure is good to develop with no further improvements. I can't imagine that that letter's any good anymore, considering we all know what happened in December, what's going on Baby Drive, east of the west here, and now what'll inevitably happen when we put 100 developed land that probably shouldn't be developed, whether it's 100 units or the gas station that's currently sitting on it. My other further question would be, the city attorney has said that there's no development allowed. Is that saying that they couldn't build something, attach it to that structure and continue to build? Or is it just new development because they want this project there? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nancy Stelnick, are you there? Nancy?
She was.
Nancy Stelnick?
Had her.
Mark Schweitzer? Mark Schweizer?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, how are you, Mark?
Thank you, Mayor. I first would like to thank the mayor and the commission for letting the community speak. So I'm a 5-year resident of the Tides and a Fort Lauderdale resident for over 20 years. So I call this home. I follow both the mayor's, your career, and other commissioners. I've been at many community events when you all were present, and I believe in my community. And I know as a mayor and commission, we've talked about listening to our community, transparency, and addressing infrastructure issues. So my issue is really with this plat is infrastructure. So in your campaign, you said infrastructure was one of the 3 biggest issues facing Fort Lauderdale. So we want to place a 100,000 square foot building with 106 units on 0.4 acres. And that's going to be showers, bathrooms, sinks, feeding into our deteriorating water and sewer systems. So you stated, Mayor, that the city does not look at the aging of the pipes or the necessity to repair pipes before they break. Our infrastructure needs have reached a crisis level, and you stated that we needed to address the level of streets and the king tide, which makes our streets in our neighborhood impassable for weeks on time, dumping sewage into our streets. Also quoting you, our infrastructure has reached a crisis level. I can't believe that any of us want to have another Rio Vista, Victoria Park, or Las Olas Isles crisis. So like was said, our neighborhoods are already surrounded by closed streets and detours. You can barely support a home on 0.41 acres, and there was just a gas station there, and now we're doing 106 units. So as a mayor and commission, we elected you because we believe in your promise to make changes and commitments to the community and move the city ahead. And I may quote your statement that we need to stop the madness. So all I ask is for me and our neighbors and community that you keep your promise and really address our infrastructure. This will vastly impact putting anything of that size. I don't care what it is. We don't have a guarantee. No one here has said that our infrastructure is okay. We're saying we have to look at the well system. We have to look at the pipe system. We're sort of putting the cart before the horse. So we need to look at the infrastructure before we approve anything. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Alfredo Villanilla, Patrice Tarsi, followed by Robert Gebeling. Alfredo, are you on the line? No. How about Patrice Tarsi? No. How about Robert Gebeling? No. John Roth, are you there? John Roth, followed by George Chwanek, followed by Michael Moran. Any of these folks on the line? Is Mike Moran on? Mike, are you there?
Recognized, he's on mute.
Unmute yourself, Michael. Michael Moran.
Can you hear me now?
You can now.
Okay, good evening all. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Mike Moran, and I've lived in the Tides condominium for almost 20 years. I agree with the statements of Ms. Palladino. I'd like to give you a short personal background history before I address a few points I'd like to speak about the Platt Amendment. I'm a United States Coast Guard licensed officer, and my experience includes extensive marine salvage work and first responder disaster relief. This includes U.S. Coast Guard efforts with post-Hurricane Katrina, the BP Deepwater Horizon casualty, earthquake relief in Haiti, and the rescue of the Carnival Triumph. The reason I'm mentioning my background is disaster relief in Fort Lauderdale sewer spills were a state calamity. It was crucial that the Army Corps of Engineers were available to contain the effects of Hurricane Katrina with regards to pumps, flooding, and infrastructure. Is that a possibility in our area? In 2020 alone, there were more sewage spilled in Florida than in the Gulf of Mexico during the entire BP spill, which I was an intrinsic part of the cleanup. Also, and a final statement of infrastructure, as we are accepting more and more residents in the South Florida area, I'm concerned with the traffic around the Tides and surrounding condominiums. There have been some improvements over the past few years, but things would generally bring commuters onto an already overcrowded, smaller streets. Thank you for your time.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Mike. David Risley, followed by John Manos, followed by Sherry Davis. Is David Risley on the line? Nope. How about John Manos? How about Cherie Davis?
Yes,
Cherie, are you there?
yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Commission.
Good evening.
So my
Welcome.
name is Sherry, and I am opposed to this plat amendment. I am going to be speaking on the document number 17 in the PDF that you received earlier from the Tides. And it's related to the City Utility Master Plan in 2017 and on the infrastructure of the plat amendment. By approving this plat, you're really telling us that our infrastructure is fine. And I think it's apparent already tonight that we completely disagree. And it honestly is disturbing to hear that the city tell us that our infrastructure supporting this plat is fine. So in this document, this is from the 2016 Reese Engineering Study that you formally adopted as the City Utility Master Plan in 2017. And from it, it shows the drastic decline from 2001 to 2013 for the sewer basin B14 with regard to the pump run time. And it also shows a substantial increase in RDII, or your rainfall derived inflow and infiltration. And the document decline was 7 years ago, validating repeated staff concerns and support the wastewater master plan from 2007. After the Reese study was adopted as the master plan, the previous city manager specifically recommended the upgrade of the B14 pumps with higher capacity models and called for the rehabilitation or replacement of station pumping and the valves. So I want to thank you for your time tonight, and please vote no on this plat amendment until our infrastructure is 100% fixed, and then plat for this land should be revisited.
All right, great, thank you.
Mayor.
Raj, wait, before you say anything, Raj, are you on the line still?
Yes, sir.
Can you respond to those comments? Have we made any progress on those items that Sherry talked about?
B14.
Mr. Mayor, I just spoke to our operations folks, and I would be more than happy to put him on the line. But he told me that B14 was rehabbed 2 years ago, and the high efficiency pumps have been installed there. And he's going to send me a formal report tomorrow morning. And they have not reported any overflows or any other issues. The only thing he said that there was a power situation that happened about a month or so ago, but that happens throughout the city. There was nothing unusual, but he's not reporting any issues related to what the last speaker has said. But I'll be happy to send all that information. I've asked him to prepare a report, which I'm going to share with all members of the commission through the manager.
So since 2016, work has been done in response to the Reese report recommendations. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. That is what is reported. And I have to go by what the operations staff is telling me because I was not here. But I know that this is probably the third or the fourth time they have gone out there to check because of the concerns raised by, especially during the time when the Publix project came through, and Vice Mayor Glassman had asked us to just make sure that everything is working properly before any approval is made.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have any questions?
No, that was actually my question. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to know the status of that B14 because it keeps coming up. So I just wanted to be on the record from Raj to hear what was going on. Thank you.
Okay, great. Steve Roberge, followed by Gregory Keating, followed by Arthur Edelstein. Steve Roberge, are you there? How about Gregory Keating? Greg, are you there?
Hold on, I'm unmuting right now.
Okay.
So thank you kindly, your worship, for the time that you give me. You're very assiduous to duty, and I appreciate that. For the record, I am against the infrastructure of the plat amendment. It doesn't make sense. I maintain, we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. I'm a resident of Tides, and that's important. However, we have 50s and 60s, 1950, 1960, and I'm timing myself. We have old infrastructure, and if you should take your time, Your Honor, to go to Shooters sometime after a rainstorm, you would see it. Our infrastructure is archaic, and we're going to put a lien on that, and it's ridiculous. Look at Rio Vista. Look what happened to them. We fear at the Tides we're going to be next. I've owned a condo there for 16 years, and our wastewater is archaic, sir, and the volume in the pipes will increase that. This development has 106 pipes on 0.4 acres. So they're going to give us a problem on our development, on our home. They're going to tie into our wastewater, and I got a problem with that.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Keating. I appreciate your thoughts tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I have a question, and maybe Raj can address this, because we are hearing a lot about the sewer system in terms of that infrastructure in this part of the area. And I just wanted some clarification from Raj, because I attended a Central Beach Alliance meeting last year where Dr. Gassman made a presentation to the neighborhood association and focused heavily on that aspect of infrastructure, meaning sewer. And she was speaking about it in terms of it being very, very good and not an issue as opposed to other parts of the city. Again, I'm specifically talking about sewer, not stormwater and not water itself. Can you address that? Because is this true what we're hearing, that the sewer system is archaic, which I think was the word we heard in this part of the city? Because I really want this to be very clear, because if it is archaic, we have to correct it. But if it's not archaic, I want you to tell us that it's not archaic, because I want to make sure that what I heard from Dr. Gassman when she did that very thorough infrastructure presentation to the Central Beach Alliance, that was over at the Venetian condo, that was true. Can you help us with that?
Mr. Vice Mayor, as best as I know, that the conditions are very different than what is described at George English or Rio Vista, because they were all the impacts of very large diameter force main. And they are the ones that gush out large volume of sewer. These are simple gravity pipes that are natural to take the sewage from the homes or the condos through the manhole back into the lift stations, and from there they are pumped out. So the situation, and that's why Dr. Gassman has stated that the situation is different. The only thing that is there is about the rehabbing to meet the performance. And as I had said, that along the 30th Street, the lining of the gravity main has been done. That is what the city has done in all different parts in various neighborhoods. That are a standard practice of lining the gravity mains, and they last for many decades if they are done right, which has been reported. And as far as what is happening on the 32nd Avenue and 33rd Avenue, they are gravity lines. They have not. The problem has been has been identified more with the manholes, and that they are scheduled to be rehabbed as a part of the larger improvement that I had described earlier, that we have to take that in steps, just make sure that the pipes are lined if they need the lining, but there are few manholes in that area where they have, where they have caused, they need some repairs, and they have been added to that list. Other than that, because there is no force main in that area, it is not an issue identical to anywhere else where the force main goes, or something like what you would see on Las Olas Boulevard or Rio Vista. That's where you have got, so that's where the major concerns are. These are gravity pipes, they flow naturally. And the other thing, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Vice Mayor, is that by design, the pipes are required to flow no more than half the pipe. So that is just to accommodate any I&I that may also go there. So it's already a safety built into the design, and those are the criteria, and that's how the engineers, they evaluate for a pipe size which is less than 15-inch diameter, which is the case in front of this particular location.
Thank you.
So, Raj, a common complaint we're hearing tonight is the flooding in front of the shooters, not hooters, but shooters. What is causing that? Tell us what's the source of that?
Well, Mr. Mayor, it's kind of it's interesting that the flooding is attributed to a development. Either it is the public's on the other side or this particular one, because as of now, that everything is sheet flowing into the river, into the street, and from there it gets into the storm drains. So therefore, if you look at it, there is very little green area. So you have got a lot of runoff that is coming from this particular parcel as it stands now. With this development, what the staff has done, and this predates my time with the city, is that they are going to be asking for a drainage well. So what was flowing on the street before is no longer going to be flowing into the street, and it is going to be now going straight into the drainage well. As far as the spread is concerned, under the highest tide elevation, and that this again predates my time, but the staff has analyzed as a part of before the project was approved, that it stops somewhere just about where the 7-Eleven is. It doesn't even reach because the elevation is so high. So there is no contribution of any flooding. What is happening of the flooding is because there are the infrastructure there in terms of there is no place for water to go beyond a certain storm event, because if it is a 1-inch rainfall that happens in 2 hours as compared to 4 inches of rainfall that happens in 2 hours, there is a difference. So there it is something identical to the outflow capacity of the pipe. So they are designed based on what it can handle, and once it reaches beyond that, obviously it has to spread out. And those issues or that particular problem is going to be addressed by installing a drainage well somewhere in the vicinity of where, if I'm not mistaken, it is the Berkeley, right where their garage is. They have got a system where they pump the water into it. So in the vicinity of that, that's where the drainage well is going to be installed. So combined with the high seawall that is being completed by FDOT, as I said before, adding the plugs and providing this drainage well, it should take care of most of the issues. So it is not being generated out of this. It is not going to be generated by publics, and the elevation is already high, and what was going there before is going to be now intercepted and kept at the site itself.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. That helps understand the situation a lot better. Arthur Edelstein versus Catherine Campo, followed by Heidi L. Tabak.
Good evening, Mayor. I have a request before I begin my speech.
Camilla Palomino is the manager of our complex at Tide, and she was cut off when she was talking. I've sat through 2.5 hours, and I think it would behoove us to be gracious and to be, and given that we have many speakers that haven't been here, been able to talk, I would like to have her be able to finish her presentation.
We asked, we advised her that she had 2 minutes and she was already at 2.5 minutes.
Well, I think a lot of people have spoken a lot longer than that, sir. And she represents us. There are many people that were on the list that didn't have an opportunity to speak. So, sir, I would ask you to be gracious and be polite and let her finish. I don't remember anybody else being cut off the way she was. Is that too much to ask?
Well, why don't you finish your remarks and then we can maybe go back to her, okay?
Okay.
All right.
My remarks are, I have quotes that are directly related from experts on the plat. The first expert is Dr. Arturo Leon, Associate Professor of Engineering at FIU. And this concerns sheltering and the sewer lines. Fewer breaks has more to do with the fact that there is less pressure. Every time we flush our toilets or use our showers, sinks, or washing machines, it adds to the flow that winds up in the city sewer pipes. Dr. Frederick Boucher, professor of civil engineering at FAU, states, more toilets get flushed, more showers get taken, you are stressing the system more in the morning. He's referring to lots of people doing it. On top of that, people flock to Fort Lauderdale during the winter. That means more commodes getting flushed, more water from showers, sinks, and draining pipes. So you have more stress on the system. Jesse Sagner, associate professor at FIU, quoted in the Sentinel in February 20th, Fort Lauderdale is a much older city. He's comparing it to Boca. Fort Lauderdale is a much older city, and the older infrastructure is in that downtown area. And unfortunately, that's where they see the most densest development. So you might tear down a 2 or 3 story building, or in this case, a 1-story building, and build a 15-story building. In this case, it's an 8-story building. And in terms of additional stress or pressure on the existing infrastructure, it's going to be much greater. And lastly, I have a quote from Greg Anderson, project manager with engineering firm SHE. And to quote in the Sentinel, or to quote the person, he's talking about statements that have been made about the pipes, and that it is not a question of quantity of water, but it is a question of the corrosion of the pipe. He disagrees. Greg Anderson disagrees and states, a sudden explosion indeed puts more stress on the pipes and increases.
Mr. Adelson, you're at 2.5 minutes now. So can you please wrap up?
I had 2 more words, but that's fine.
Okay, now who was it that you wanted me to bring back? Was it Carolyn Corpy?
It was Calamino, Camilla Calamino.
Camilla Calamino. Are you still there?
Ms. Calamino.
Ms. Calamino, are you still there?
Calamino. Now maybe she's not there. It's Palomino, P-A-L-O.
Is Palomino there? She's not there anymore.
Well, that's all that can be done then.
Okay. Thank you for participating tonight, Mr. Edelstein.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Sure. Catherine Campo, followed by Heidi L. Tabak, followed by Linda DeChico, excuse me. Is Catherine Campo there? Catherine? Heidi L. Tabak? Linda DeChico. Linda DeChico. Samar El Salab. Oh,
Linda's here.
Linda's here. Okay, Linda,
Yes,
did I pronounce your name correctly?
yes, Linda DeSico.
Great, welcome.
Okay. I have only one thing to say. My issue is the water quality. I was a plantation resident for 18 years and they filter their water. The water was as clear as bottled water. If you take a bottle of water here from our tap and you line it up to purchase water, ours is yellow. I don't give it to my dogs. So 15,000 Fort Lauderdale residents signed a petition to, hold on, I'm in the hallway here, to slow growth and fix infrastructure. Dean Trentalis wouldn't discuss this. Also, he was the only vote against the sewage bond fund of $200 million in 2018. He's had the money in the bank since 2020, May, and has done nothing with it. Big developments should not be allowed without correcting and updating the sewer system and water quality. A surcharge should be added to such developments so that residents will not see their taxes go up to benefit developers. Thank you.
You're welcome. Samar El Salab, Jeffrey Stein, followed by Roberta Itzkoff. Is Samar there?
Hello,
Is Samar there?
this is Heidi Eltabach.
Is Samar El
Hello, this is Heidi Eltabach.
No, we didn't ask for Heidi. We asked for Samar.
You just missed me. I just want to say that I oppose this project. Thank you.
I'm sorry, say it again?
She opposed.
I just want to say that I oppose.
Okay, okay, thank you. Mr. El Salam. You're on, you can speak. Unmute yourself. Well. Samar? All right, we'll move on. Jeffrey Stein, followed by Roberta Itzkoff. Roberta Itzkoff, Jeffrey Stein.
Don't see Jeffrey Stein.
Roberta, are you there?
She's recognized on mute.
Roberta Itzkoff.
She's not on mute.
All right, we'll keep going. John Rand, followed by Tony Perota. Excuse me, Troy Perota.
No, John.
John Rand, followed by Troy Perota.
No, Troy. Troy is there.
Troy, are you there? Troy Perota. Are we having technical difficulties getting these people?
There and unmuted.
Stop paying attention.
All right. Sandra Trombiero. Is Sandra there? Sandra?
Hello?
Hello, Sandra. Hello.
Hello. Thank
Good
you.
evening. Welcome
evening.
to our meeting.
Thank you for inviting me.
Sure.
I'm looking forward to talking to you. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to the commission regarding this plat amendment and the infrastructure at the unit that's being in question. I've been asked to refer to pages 52 to 57 of the PDF that the ties was sent. And it's based on the promises that I believe one of the commissioners was basing his 2018 campaign on. His exact words, as city commissioner, community input will be primary driven by assessing projects. So I would really like you to take the opportunity to look at the community input that's being set forth. He also said, for too long, our city commissioner has supported a development philosophy with little consideration for current and future impact on failing infrastructure. And once again, it's the infrastructure that we're referring to for this plat amendment. And he also then said, as if he was elected as a city commissioner, community input will be a primary driver in assessing projects. He knocked on 5,000 doors, promising to address the three biggest issues of Fort Lauderdale, and the first one being the failing infrastructure. So we're asking the commission board today to review these promises that you guys have promised to the community and were elected based on the promises you made. And we're hereby asking for the community input to be your key decision. And you have hundreds of people on the call today who believe your promises as stated in the 2018 campaign interviews. So we want to protect our failing infrastructure, and we want you to agree with the community input to vote against the plat amendment. I thank you for this opportunity to address the city commissioner, and I wait with hope that you vote no.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Alice Blaine Jaffe, followed by Joseph Lerner, followed by Joe Lynn and Richard Bourne. Is Alice there? Alice Blaine Jaffe? Alice?
Recognized, remains on mute.
Alice? Joseph Lerner? Joseph Lerner?
Right here.
Great. Welcome to the meeting.
Thanks for having me.
What can we do for you? You have 2 minutes.
All right, let's go.
What's on your mind?
164 residents signed on to Zoom and opposed the plat amendment at planning and zoning. I was absolutely taken aback when city staff told us after we spoke that infrastructure was fine and no additional infrastructure was needed for this property. It has since become clear from Broward County that infrastructure is, in fact, an important consideration. As you can see from the Reese report, which is from 2016, the clean drinking water pipes show high likelihood of failure in the immediate area, high on the south side, moderate on the east side. I believe after the citywide outage last year, we are all even more cognizant of how critical clean drinking water is. On the next page, you can again see from the Reese report that I believe you adopted as your official city utility master plan, that the age of the pipes is also extremely concerning. The report shows the age of the clean drinking water pipes to be anywhere from between unknown or from 1950 to 1959. That at a minimum is 60 years old. Every time you read in the Sun Sentinel about yet another broken pipe, it seems that the pipe was corroded and from the 50s. Obviously, our pipes in this section of the barrier island are even older. Through researching ahead of this important meeting, it became clear that the city has a long list of documents identifying our area as being in need of what they call rehabilitation or replacement of the pipes and pump station that support our properties, including this property before you today. Please reject this request until the infrastructure needs have been addressed. As a layperson, the alarming words, high likelihood of failure, doesn't sound like infrastructure is fine. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your speaking tonight. Jolyn and Richard Bourne. Are you there? Either Jolyn or Richard Bourne? Okay, Michelle Dignam. Is Michelle there?
Hello?
Oh, is this Michelle?
No, actually, this is Sherry Fidelson. You didn't hear me when you called my name and put my paper in the garbage.
No, it's not the garbage. It's here collecting for our records. Don't worry.
Well, can I speak now because I lost my turn?
Okay, Michelle, do you mind just holding on there for a minute? Okay, why don't you go ahead and speak?
Okay, well, obviously, this is not exactly what we were hoping for, but basically, I wanted to just talk about Commissioner Sorensen's responses about why he was running for office in 2018, I believe, and he was concerned about the failing infrastructure, traffic, and overdevelopment, all things that we're concerned about too. He also made a big point of making sure that he would say no to any project that would negatively impact our quality of life. And our quality of life with all the flooding and everything you're hearing it from so many people. And it sounds like it's a mess here, and I think that it is. And I just want to quote Commissioner Sorensen's words when he was running. I want to empower communities to shape important decisions affecting them, giving voice to their concerns regarding traffic, infrastructure, and development. And there were votes taken at the Central Beach Alliance meeting, which was several months ago, and there were 236 votes against the project, with only 15 votes in favor of the project. Again, to remember, at the recent Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, there were 166 members opposed to the project. I believe our community has spoken. And to Commissioner Sorensen, he's a wonderful man, but we're hoping, or we did hope, he was going to stand by his commitment. It was passed by the Planning Committee in spite of all of the votes against this committee.
Okay.
Project.
Your time is up. Your time is up, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. So
Put
thank
it
you.
on the record.
It's in the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Michelle, are you there? Michelle? Michelle Dignam?
I'm here. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I see what's happening, by the way, why you're having all this trouble, but I won't go into it right now. Here's what I'd like to say. I had this great thing planned out where I was going to be very cool and had a great thing. But here's what I'd like to say, because I listened to everybody. I believe everybody. I'm with everybody. You know, you and the vice mayor have said any number of times that you believe the community needs to be involved. We're here. I feel like I was at the other meeting, planning and zoning. We worked really, really hard. And here's what happened. They passed that thing and didn't ask us a question or make a comment on all of it. We were over 160 people there, and they didn't have a question and they passed it. Now, here we are sitting here. Is the same thing going to happen? I gotta hope that's not true. And what I'd really like to say is, I'm at the Berkeley South, by the way. Our foundation is 1974, and we are feet away from this parcel. Finally, here's what I want to say. It sounds to me like everybody, not just the community, but everybody here is a little bit concerned about this plat. I can't believe that the plat was approved when there's still this many questions about what's going on. For, you know, where you're going to put 106 bathrooms on top of a place that used to hold a gas station. Please, please don't pass this. Do not rubber stamp it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Jeff Tolari, followed by Daniel Brown, followed by Greg Dawson. Is Jeff Tolari there?
Just gonna get one after another from the neighborhood all saying the same thing. I don't want it. I don't want it. It floods.
John, mute yourself.
I'm on
Yes, it's Jeff. Can you hear me?
Jeff, thank you.
Yes.
Welcome to our meeting tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Jeff Tulare. I have the privilege of being the president of the Tide. I'll be speaking on our PDF pages 24 to 28. There's an old adage in negligence law that says, what did you know and when did you know it? Basically, as recently as June, 2 months ago, the city manager submitted the collection system asset management report to the state as a requirement for the wastewater consent order. In that Hazen report, each infrastructure asset was subjected to risk management assessment. The infrastructure in our area immediately supporting this plat was assigned the highest risk score for failure. The risk score is derived from a combination of the likelihood of failure and the consequence of the failure. In our case, the gravity main in our area was assigned a high likelihood of failure and a high consequence of failure. You can refer to PDF 24 to 28 to actually see the red lines running right through our neighborhood. Then tonight, basically, we're telling the public there is no infrastructure concerns for our property and no additional infrastructure is needed. Clearly, we're telling the state one thing, and when we approve plat amendments, we're telling us another thing. One of them can't be, both cannot be right. And this behavior is especially shocking since the city is under 2 consent orders, one for many for wastewater too, I believe, and one for drinking water. We keep sticking to the same minimum requirements of a capacity letter when the city knows our pipes don't function. Capacity does not equate to function. Very simply, our 80-page PDF supports our contention of how bad our infrastructure is. Additionally, the city has 27 projects currently in the works, none of which are in our area. Applicant submission from McLaughlin, Exhibit 3, states our area has adequate sewer and water facilities to change this plat from a 2,000 square foot project to over 100,000 square foot project with the equivalent of 255 units of piping per acre. This thinking is seriously flawed, and we certainly have the right to discuss it. Basically,
Jeff,
I would
thank
ask
you, Jeff.
Okay.
Jeff, use your 2 minutes.
Thank you for, I'm disappointed I don't get my 3rd minute.
All right, go ahead. Finish your statement.
That's okay.
You are the president. You are the president.
I'll wrap up.
Okay.
We'll basically ask the commissioners to keep their promise, the ones that ran on smart growth and slow growth, to keep their word, and the entire commission to realize that the whole state and nation are watching of how we do business after our historic environmental disasters. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, Jeff. Daniel Brown, followed by Greg Dawson, followed by Jeff Cohen. Daniel Brown, Greg Dawson, Jeffrey Cohen.
Daniel Brown is here.
Daniel Brown, are you there? Daniel.
He's recognized and unmuted.
Daniel? Last call. Greg Dawson?
Greg Dawson here.
Hey, good evening. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I don't want to repeat, what we've been sitting through for hours, but the community has spoken, and obviously this plat amendment is just unacceptable to the voters. Whatever time I have left, if Jeff Tulare has something that he couldn't add as our representative, I'd like to defer to him. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, thank you. Jeff Cohen, followed by Mark Haggard, followed by Tom Tobin.
Hi, this is Jeff Cohen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be speaking about infrastructure. And as you heard multiple times, our buildings are serviced by sewer basin B14. The documents I am going to be referring to were in the Tides the presentation the Tide sent you on page 1 and 2. The information we have is that B14 has not been remediated and it's not even on the current SIP. So while I've heard folks say that stuff is being repaired, if you take a look at page 1, the entire B14 is outlined in red. And that means it's subject to severe rainfall INI, which is infiltration
Cohen?
and inflow.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Cohen, can I just stop you for a second? What is the source of your information? Since we heard testimony tonight from our Public Works Director directly saying that that particular basin has been remediated.
So I am looking at the Reese engineering study.
Right, that was done 4 years ago. And work, we don't just not do things. I mean, what we got the report and we started working on things. And since that report, which is 4 years old, we have since engaged in remediation projects to rehabilitate that basin. So that's why I want to know, what is it? I mean, are all the calls tonight based on the Reese report? And do people not think that any work has been done in the last 4 years? I'm concerned about that.
I can't state they're all based on the Reese report, but Carmela Palladino, who wasn't able to speak for her 2 minutes, she was talking about that this project was deferred until 2024. So this was part of.
But she's incorrect. That our Public Works Director was very clear. It wasn't deferred until 2024.
And your Public Works Director talked about specific components that he was repairing. He didn't speak about the entire B14 infrastructure. That entire infrastructure is highlighted as red. He also didn't mention that the flood water which is what we're talking about, which could impact sewerage, also has an impact. So that's my concern, that we're not hearing the entire aspect of this. So
Okay.
I hear spot repairs, but there's an entire infrastructure that we haven't heard on, and I'd like to hear about that.
Okay.
Mayor?
Wait a minute, Mr. Cohen has another minute. or so.
So as I said, that map shows that B14 is subject to severe rainfall INI. And also, if you look at in the blue, it also shows that the pump basin, which is noted in blue, and it's not listed in your SIP, shows severe INI as well. And based upon that report, in 2017, the previous city manager sent a memo to the City Commission on May 31st, 2017, identifying 81 top priority projects, which included B14. I still don't have any information that says that that has been completed.
Okay.
And based on that information, we're requesting we oppose this agenda item.
Okay. So if it's determined that INI rehabilitation has taken place in that area, would you have more of a comfort level in with regard to this plat?
I don't believe that this entire infrastructure has been remediated, and no, I would not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, we're talking about B14, and what you said is correct, Mayor. The Reese report was 4 years ago, but I need Raj to clarify again, because he just said that 2 years ago, this was remediated. And then can you also deal with the other issues that have just been brought up? Because I think it's really important. I want to be able to hear what our staff is saying from Public Works when I hear all of the other comments that we're hearing this evening. Thank you.
Raj, is there anything you'd like to add to your comments that would help clarify the situation? For some reason, the Reese report indicated a deficiency. You indicated tonight that remediation took place 2 years ago. And is there any further remediation planned for this basin, or has the work now been completed?
Mr. Mayor, I mean, my explanation is based on what the operations staff is telling me, and I know that people have been citing Reese report, and I will say that one of the things that I have maintained, Reese report is a planning document. It is not a final design. So yeah, you can say that, you know, it's a 10,000 foot assessment, and then you have to zoom in to see if there is any specific improvement that is needed to be done. So having said that, the staff, and again, I'm going by the operational staff, and we'll be providing you with that information tomorrow. But based on everything that I know, that we have, the lining has been completed. Aside that there was a small section towards where the Publix is proposed, that needs to be fixed. And beyond that, there is whatever is there on the 32nd Avenue, 33rd Avenue, that work needs to be done in terms of rehabbing the manholes. And if those lines, they need to be lined, that is the city's responsibility as a part of the regular maintenance. So having said that, again, it has been rehabbed. That is the report I'm getting, and we have checked it at least 2 or 3 times before. The pumps have been replaced. There is no situation contrary that has been brought to our attention, and I'll have the assessment by our staff tomorrow.
Okay, I appreciate that. The thing is, I'm just concerned that a couple things are happening here tonight. One is people are rightfully concerned about the state of infrastructure, because we all know that our infrastructure has been neglected for many, many years. And when people see new development, their eyes turn red and they say, here we go again, building without rehabbing our infrastructure. But and so they are relying. Some people are relying upon old information, and I certainly get their concern if the old information were accurate as of today. But what you're telling me is that that information is now stale, and that that rehabilitation and reconstruction has already occurred, especially in the area that seems to be of most concern to these folks. And so maybe a lot of these fears could be assuaged if proper information was given to them. I don't understand why we are here tonight talking about a basin that seems to have been rehabilitated, unless there's an ulterior concern that some of these folks have, that they just don't want any development there, and they're using this as an excuse to fall back on in order to try to thwart the effort of this developer from building a hotel. So, but I'd like not to think that. I'd like to think that everyone has come to the table in good faith, and that the people's concern is in fact real. And so I'm hearing tonight that that our Public Works Department has been working aggressively in this area to try to address these B14 and other underground infrastructure concerns. I do see that flooding in front of the shooters. I do see, I mentioned the flooding earlier under the bridge, but these things are being taken care of. So, all right, we're going to go forward and listen to more people. But for those of you who have not yet spoken, please keep what I've said in mind, because in fact, progress has taken place. And if your issue is that you just don't want more development there, then just say it. Don't use old data to support an argument that is no longer valid. If you don't want development there for traffic concerns, for safety concerns, then say that. And it's a lot more understandable to the commission, so that we, in going forward with making a decision tonight, that we'll be basing it on accurate information rather than being distracted by stale information. Yes, Raj.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just, you will probably in the next few meetings, you are going to see an item that nearly made it through the commission. And that was, I know that I'm digressing, but I'm just kind of giving you as an example of what was planned. And when I came on board and I looked at, what was being planned, you're talking about millions of dollars. I stopped that particular project that was recommended, that nearly made it to your approval level, because I involved a real assessment. Is that what is needed? If yes, the answer is, then let's go ahead and do it. So to go back to say that Reese report that was done 4 years ago, they made the recommendation. No, they're a planning document. And that is why you hired me to look at these things in a manner that is going to be appropriate for the community. So it is not that we are neglecting or we are pursuing at all fronts. And there are movements in, so there are some projects that are recommended. They can be pushed back. They are being pushed back. There are projects that are being brought forward, and there are projects that were not needed. And I'm not going to recommend that we do that and waste the money. And it's not about hundreds of, $1,000 or $50,000. I'm talking about millions. So you will be seeing, a couple of items that is, especially one is going to be rejecting the bid. So what I'm trying to say is that this is a planning document, and there is always room for movement. And we bring forward, we go back, and if there is any issue that we can resolve, we are all for it. So we are doing the best we can. We cannot solve all the problems, and I'm just relaying what the staff has told me, and they have told me 2 or 3 times. So there is no reason for me to believe that the staff is not telling the truth. And most of the analysis that has been done, it predates my time, coming on board, and they have verified it. And so that's my response, that we keep moving certain projects around to address what is needed the most.
Okay,
So
Greg.
can I make one comment before I leave? I heard Raj say doing the best we can, but you can't fix everything. So I'd like to understand, he talks about what he's done, but could we hear at some point what he hasn't done that was identified in that report that people are concerned about? He may only be talking about 3 out of 20 items. It's hard to say by listening to him.
That's part of the site.
Yeah, that might, Jeff, that might be going beyond the scope of tonight's discussion, but it's a very meritorious question, though. Somehow I feel though a lot of people would love to hear that answer. Do you have a shorthand answer, Raj, to respond to Mr. Cohen? Because this is beyond the scope of this hearing.
Mr. Mayor, all I can say is your Reese report talks about 1 billion plus worth of improvements, and we have only issued bond for $200 million. So you still have over, so you still have a lot of work that needs to be done. And that's my shortest answer, that the scope of the work and improvements that is needed is fairly expansive, and we have just started addressing that.
And with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, that is the issue at hand. He just admitted that the work can't all be done, but yet we're concerned about the infrastructure.
No, Mr. Cohen, I think he's talking citywide.
Yeah.
Raj, is there any work in particular at this site that you feel can't be accomplished because of cost?
No, Mr. Mayor, as I had said before, and at least I've said 2 times, we have identified what improvements they need to be made on 32nd and 33rd Avenue. And those are related to adjusting the water wells, because the road has kind of sunk largely because of the flooding situation. And you have got the manholes that need to be rehabbed. Once they are rehabbed, we are going to come back and address the flooding issue. And by means of stormwater pumps that would have to be approved by the South Florida Water Management District. And following that, we are going to go and resurface the roads. And before we do that, we just make sure one more time, televise all the lines, because they are gravity lines and they have to happen in sequence. I just can't say that let's go ahead and do it.
Okay, we get that, but it doesn't sound to me like this is a big ticket item. These are just part of a rehabilitation process that takes time because of the different consents you need for the various governments. And,
yes, Mr. Mayor.
But to respond to Mr. Cohen, we're not looking at projects that cost too much. That's not why we're doing them. That's not pertinent to this particular area. I just wanted to clarify that. All right, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I think what would be helpful, and I'll be happy to work with Raj's office as well. We've heard all of these issues this evening, and Raj has gone through a lot of explanations of pump stations, backflows, valves, catch basins, manholes, you name it, seawall under the bridge, the water wells, deep water irrigation, seawall cap, you name it. I would like to work with Raj's office and get a very concise infrastructure report of what we've done, and then just to Mr. Cohen's question, what we will be doing in the very near future that deals with everything from A1A and 30th heading west to the Intracoastal, and from the Oakland Park Bridge several blocks south. Can we do that, Raj, and coordinate that and then distribute to the neighborhood a very thorough infrastructure report on what we've done and what we are about to do?
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to do that, sir.
Thank you.
And Mr. Vice Chairman, the only thing I would ask is what you weren't able to do that was part of the recommendations and why.
Okay.
Certainly.
Yes, thank you so much. All right, Mark Haggard, followed by Tom Tobin, followed by Lisa Tarsi. Is Mark Haggard there?
Yes, Mark Haggard's here.
Hi, Mark. Good evening.
Hi. Thank you. So I was originally going to talk about deferred maintenance on the infrastructure. I think it's been well addressed already. My point that I would just like to make this evening, and I won't run long on this, is I find that the place that we're at, based on the discussion, to now be confusing. And I don't see how the commission can go forward with approving this plat amendment because thank you to Raj for his information, but he said that a pump has been replaced in B14, where I'm feeling we're not exactly sure about the B14 sewer basin. I've heard something about a new drainage well going to be installed by the Berkeley. I'm hearing about reports and things that will be emailed to you and your commission members tomorrow. So it feels to me that you're not going to be able to vote on this tonight to change the plat. I'm going to conclude with saying that I'm opposed to this plat amendment on this site. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you. Tom Tobin versus, is
Yes,
Tom
sir.
there?
Yes, sir.
Great. You have 2
I'm there.
minutes.
Great. Okay. First of all, you're doing a great job. So I really appreciate your taking the time and being very patient with all of us.
Sure.
I'm going to agree exactly with what Mark said. I've owned a unit at Tide since 2005. Anybody that's been in that area knows that the water problem on the streets has been a problem then. It's a problem now. Who knows what's in the water? Nobody's mentioned the fact that when you have that water on the streets, there's a unique odor that comes from that water that appears that it might be coming from some sewage part of the process. So it's pretty clear to me that in all the discussion that about the infrastructure, that there's not enough clear understanding or statements that the infrastructure would in fact support the approval of this plat. And so while I would encourage you to vote no, if you don't vote no, I really think what you should do is defer this until you have all the information, all the facts, all the reports that have been mentioned. And I think that would serve the whole community well. As you can tell, it's a very strong negative opinion about this property. And I think not because people don't want to see development, but because they want to see development done right. So I would just encourage you to consider all of what people are saying. And if you can't vote no, then vote to defer, get all the facts and bring it up again. No harm done like that.
Sounds very logical. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. Lisa Tarsi, followed by Stephen Sendelbeck, followed by Dag Hansen. Is Lisa there? Lisa? Who's here? How about Stephen Sendelbeck? Is Stephen there? You see Stephen? Okay. Dag Hansen. Dag, are you there? Dag? Okay. I know he's there, but he's not responding. Dag Hansen? Dale Robson? Is Dale Robson there? Followed by Robin Schmidt. Dag, Dale, or Robin? Last call. Carol Goulding, followed by Patricia Johnson, followed by Gigi. All I have is two G's. I'm gonna assume that's Gigi. Carol Goulding, Patricia Johnson, and someone who lives at 4322 Laurel Place in Weston. No answer? Okay. Maureen Stoica? Maureen Stoica? Maureen? Maureen Stoica?
Hello?
Are you there?
Yes.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes.
I just oppose.
Keep going.
I just oppose the plat amendment.
Okay. All right, thank you. Robert King? Someone, Cece, who lives at 1234 8th Street in Fort Lauderdale? So Robert King, Cece, and Ellen Curtis. Any of those folks? Ellen?
Ellen is here.
Hey, Ellen.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. Thank you for joining the meeting tonight.
Oh, you're welcome. And I was going to speak on, tell a little story about when we went to Flip Flops about a month ago for dinner, and it rained, and we came out, and I had to take off my shoes and wade across the street. But I think the flooding issues in the street have been covered many times, and I appreciate Raj's information on how we're going to fix that. If I understand correctly, there are a couple of things in the works to deal with the flooding on 32nd between the tides and Flip Flops and Shooters. But another thing I wanted to ask, and I'm just not sure if, obviously I oppose, but how did the planning and zoning approve the plat if it hasn't been done yet? And do I misunderstand some of that? And that's really—
What hasn't been done yet? What hasn't been done yet?
Well, I thought we're talking about the plat amendment, but they approved, didn't the planning and zoning approve the plat amendment when they were talking about it a couple of months ago in June? And how did they do that if we didn't have it yet?
No.
We hadn't had it since 1920.
No. So in 1923 was when the original plat was approved by Broward County.
Right.
And we are tonight, as a city government, trying to establish another plat that needed to replace the 1923 plat. So before the city commission can approve a plat, the procedure is that it goes to staff and then planning and zoning. And then planning and zoning is supposed to have the same kind of hearing we're having now, and then it makes a decision. And the planning and zoning board approved the plat.
Okay.
That's how it works.
All right. And regarding this flood that we had in front of the building that I waded through, the water was up in my mid-calf, the whole street was flooded. I did take some pictures, and I did include those on the PDF, pages 47 and 50, and I'm wondering what happened to that PDF. How come we haven't seen any of that tonight?
Well, I don't know whether that's an issue tonight, Ellen. What is an issue is the concern that people have that this new project is going to be proposed is going to add to the flooding. And according to Raj, our public works director, he had indicated that there's going to be a sewer drain that's going to be associated with this property so that none of the stormwater will make its way down the road and add to the flooding situation that you've expressed concern about and others have expressed concern about. So to respond to that issue, that's how city staff has indicated the city and the developer are trying to address any potential extra stormwater runoff that might make its way down the street.
Okay, thank
All
you,
right.
but I just want to, in summary, I agree with the people who have preceded me who said that we should wait until that's fixed, until we deal with this plat amendment, because
Okay.
it is a major problem.
By the way, it's not an amendment, it's a new plat.
Okay.
It's not an
Yes,
amendment.
thank you.
Just-
That's good. Whatever you said, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
William McCauley, followed by Jean Diorio, followed by Robert Curtis. Is William McCauley there? Jean Diorio? Robert Curtis? Anybody can hear me? I feel abandoned here tonight, folks. William McCauley, Jean Diorio, and Robert Curtis. You all live, I guess, at the Tides. Bill Bradley. Bill. Is he the basketball player? Bill Bradley.
Hi, Bill Bradley is here.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, how you doing?
Welcome to our meeting. Doing great.
I've been here for 3 hours, so that's okay. Thanks for
I've been
going
here since
through all the-
11:30. Sitting in
Okay,
this
listen,
chair. Yes,
I'm,
go ahead.
I'm also a resident of the Tides, and
Yes.
you know, the numbers that have spoken in opposition to this development and the plat plan from the North Beach Alliance and the P&Z meeting and now is pretty overwhelming sentiment against this thing proceeding. Now, this happens to be the 13th plat amendment that the commission has considered since the 2018 elections. All right, and almost all of them, only one has not been in favor of going from a rezoning from a lower density to a higher density. They've all been developing the property at a higher density. And that's understandable given the desirable location of this parcel. But what stuns me is that people don't grasp the fact that we're going from a gas station that's been closed for years to a 106-unit hotel, and this is considered administerial by the city of Fort Lauderdale. Now,
Well, Bill, the reason why it's considered ministerial is because planning and zoning has already approved this.
well, my point is, forget about that. I mean, I guess you can't, but going from a gas station on 0.4 acres to a 106-unit hotel, that's the equivalent of 250 units per acre. There might not be a higher concentration anywhere in Fort Lauderdale. All right. And we already know that we have insufficient roadways. They're operating beyond capacity. We have insufficient EMS response time, a failing critical infrastructure that has put our city and the city's reputation on the front pages of national and international newspapers. The fact that there was more sewage spilled into Fort Lauderdale streets and waterways over December, January, than even the Deepwater Horizon oil spill that was headlines around the world for a year. And no one seems to think that that is a concern. Now, I've heard Raj saying that some of the point of use issues about draining and pumps, I don't know all the details about the different locations and zonings, but I would remind everybody, I came from Boston where they had the big dig go on for like 12 or 13 years, and there was an amazing concentration on infrastructure concerns. That's why it took 12 or 13 years.
It was also
Let me finish, please. Everything is connected. I've been on for 3 hours. I'm going to finish by 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Mayor. But everything is connected. We see the work going on Bayview. Who knows? Another year, maybe. It took 6 months for the roadway to be fixed under the Oakland Park Bridge. It's much better, but we're still going to get king tide flooding. We know this. Now, even though where we are at the tides and 32nd Avenue is downhill, if you will, from A1A, it still is going to be pumped into the city's overall water, sewage, drinking water system. That is going to continue to have many breaks, many problems until it's all replaced. Just what Boston had to go through with the Big Dig.
Okay, Bill, your time is up.
Imagine how this is going to go through with all of the opposition you've heard for months. I implore the commission and the city government to listen to the residents here, and smart growth is what many of you campaigned on. Smart growth means, according to the Broward City Planning Council, provide for orderly growth and development and ensure there are adequate utility facilities to serve development. Let's
Okay,
not
that's
continue.
it. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. We appreciate your opinion. Robert Dine, D-H-E-I-N, followed by Christopher Donnelly, followed by Sylvia Dybell. Is Robert Dine here? Christopher James Donnelly?
Yeah, I'm here.
Who's here?
Christopher Donnelly, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Good evening.
Very
Welcome to the
good.
meeting.
I appreciate everyone's time and all the thoughtful comments and the open mind of the commission. Yeah, I'm a Tides resident and I'm speaking against the plat amendment because of specific infrastructure issues, and I'll be referring to document 4 and 5 of the PDF that the Tides provided to the commission. Document 4 reflects that on February 19th this year, after large sewage spills in our state, the Planning and Zoning Board sent a communication to the City Commission requesting a presentation from the Director of Public Works and staff regarding the status of the city's water and sewer infrastructure. And understandably, with the COVID crisis, and despite repeated attempts, we still have not. Document 5 reflects that the Infrastructure Task Force Committee has not met since March 2nd. So we have not gotten that basic information. We have the status of the 2 consent orders on the sewage and the clean drinking water. And I know that a lot of the residents are anxious to reach out to the Florida Department of EPA and the governor's office because we feel that the infrastructure issues we're not confident. I do appreciate the commission's suggestion that they get with our learned engineer and come up with more detailed explanations of some of the issues that have been discussed. I think that would be very helpful. I note that the engineer and their testimony will show that often referred to conversations with his staff. So he did not have firsthand knowledge of some of the things he was speaking about, does not give us confidence. And I would finally just point out that in addition to the hotel here and the many residents that live here, we have very expensive people have put a lot of money into the restaurant community in the neighborhood, and having bad water and sewer would hurt those people and their investments. And I know that some of these restaurants are hanging on by a thread right now. So I just don't understand.
All right.
Yeah, I would urge the commission not to rush through, get all the information, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate your coming in tonight to the meeting. Sylvia Dybell, followed by Andrea Schuth.
This is Robert Dean. You have called me before.
Yes, Robert. What happened to you? Did we not catch you? Did we not connect?
I was here. I wonder if you could put me on video.
I can't put you on video.
Okay, I don't know why, but let
Start
me,
with your two, let's have you, we have 2 minutes. Please move, please tell us your
Okay.
thoughts.
I'm concerned about the infrastructure as well. Let me start by saying I was at that meeting with Dr. Grossman, and I never heard anything about the sewer system being immune or fixed and not corroded by the salt water. And that's one of the things I'm concerned with. The steel piping can be corroded because it's in the middle of a saltwater bath in the sand. And I believe that might be what's coming up to the plat that we're talking about.
All right.
Yeah. So.
So are you against the plat? Were you against the plat approval?
Of course.
Okay.
The thing I want to say is that I've looked at the amount of sewage that would be coming out of a building, the hotel that might be built on the plat, and it looks like the amount of sewage would just about fill up a gasoline station truck, or a gas truck that would fill up a service station. So that's a lot of sewage, and that would be per day. The only last thing I have to say is that we've heard already that Fort Lauderdale has had a lot of more sewage spilled than was done by the BP Horizon. But what nobody else has said is that Lauderdale paid about $2 million in fines. BP paid $65 billion in fines. So I hope Fort Lauderdale doesn't just put this aside and shake it off, because we don't want the EPA coming in and causing us to pay more than $2 million in fines. That would be a disaster.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. We appreciate your thoughts. Thank you. Sorry we didn't get you the first time. Somehow we didn't connect with you, but thank you for staying on with us. Sylvia Dybel, followed by Andrea Schuth, followed by Philip Chafin. Sylvia, Andrea, Philip.
Andrea Schuett, I'm here.
Hi, Andrea. Hi, Andrea. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm here with you since 6 o'clock. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your patience.
Yes, I'm putting my 2 minutes here too.
Yeah, starting now.
I'm opposed. I have 2 units untitled since 2009, and I have been through a lot of flooding there. Sewer is a problem there too. I'm concerned about this new building they are planning to put in there because of this gas station. So what really concerns me is the quality of the water then going to affect not just our building, but many families then living around. And that's what really concerns me. I think before they think about to build anything in their location, they need to fix all the problems is around to us, then it has been there for many years. I know that Mr. Raji was saying about all the things coming up, but he's reporting to what we see as, people living there is different. We see water, we see the problem with the sewer, and all these problems need to be fixed. So I am against to this plot.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate your patience and your participating tonight. Thank you. Philip Chafin, followed by Douglas Wheaton, followed by James Ginsburg. Philip Chafin, Douglas Wheaton, James Ginsburg. Any of you folks
Chapin's here, recognized on mute.
Philip Chapin,
Nothing
Doug
else, James.
Doug Wheaton, James Ginsburg.
James Ginsburg is here, recognized.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, Mr. Ginsburg.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for taking.
Welcome to the meeting.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I don't want to repeat what's already been said. So what I want to do is I want to tell you that I am concerned about the effects of this plat approval on the infrastructure. And I'm really concerned about the promises of the funding to rehab the infrastructure. It's too bad that we don't have the PDF that the Tide sent you, because I'll be referring to pages 18 to 23, and it would have been nice if we could have seen it, you know, up on the video, but we don't have that. So if it's okay with the mayor and the commissioners, I'd just like to kind of read through the different years and the different promises, and I think it'll show you that we're making a lot of promises of spending money, but there's been no definitive date on when these things are going to be done. It's repeatedly been said that this is not going to cost very much. We only need to do this and we only need to do that. But I want to show you that this project has been put off time and time again. Let's start with, if I may, with 2015. We put a proposal together. It was unfunded for $2 million. In 2016, only $1 million was funded and work was scheduled for 2020. In 2017, $2 million was then defunded and deferred beyond 2021. In 2018, this was identified after the Reese report. Work was rescheduled for 2020 in the amount of $2.3 million, and it was funded, only to be taken back in 2019. The commission identified and kept the work scheduled for 2020 for the same $2.3 million. The same commission deferred this maintenance of $2.3 million to 2024. So I ask you today, number one, even though this is just a small amount of money and not much needs to be done, when is the work going to be done? And wouldn't it be prudent, if the work is going to be done sooner than later, to hold off on any further development on this small plot? Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Raj, have you listened to that? Is there a response to that?
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I missed the last part. Is there any way, he could repeat what he said?
Well, he's referring to a document. He wasn't really specific when he was speaking. He was referring to items on a document which was sent to us.
The Tides PDF, Mr. Mayor, it's the Tides PDF that has been referred to a multitude of times during this meeting. So, and I was referring to pages 18 through 23.
Do you have access to that, Raj?
No, sir, I don't have access to it. Unfortunately, is there anything that has been given in your backup?
We don't have it, unfortunately. No one seems to have this backup. The city attorney doesn't have it. City manager doesn't have it. I don't have it. Vice Mayor, did you ever get this backup? Steve?
Mayor, I have not seen this, and I'm going through emails now looking. I have not seen this.
Okay. All right. All right, we'll deal with it. Okay, thank you. We're gonna have to get answers for you. I guess we're not gonna get them tonight, but
Mr. Mayor, you may want to check the cup. It may be in the cup.
In the what?
The cup that all the documents. The COP. I'm sorry, the COP. The CIP.
CIP.
Yes, I'm reading my own notes. I can't even read it. I've been on this for 4 hours. I apologize.
It's okay.
But the CIP.
All right, let us look for that, and somehow before the end of tonight's testimony, we'll try to be able to respond to it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
You know, I was just thinking if it's an 80-page document, it might have actually bounced back. The city doesn't even put those kind-sized documents through to us.
I know. All right, well, we may have to get that at another time. All right, let's just proceed with the testimony, and we'll see where we go tonight. Bob Fitzgerald, followed by Carrie Fitzgerald. In case you didn't know, folks, your neighbors on different floors. Tony Ritornato. Any of these folks there? Bob Fitzgerald, Carrie Fitzgerald, Tony Ritornato.
Tony is here.
Tony, are you there? Carrie Fitzgerald, Bob Fitzgerald.
Let's see where those. Tori's recognized, although still on mute. Okay. Oh, there we.
Hello.
Tony?
Hi, yeah, sorry about that. I just want to let you know that I'm opposed to any development on this plat.
Any development? You just want it to stay the way it is?
No, not like that, but nothing major.
Okay. We hear
Thank
you.
you.
You're welcome. Monica Stukovic, Sari Rosenshine. I think, we called her earlier on another item, and this is where she belonged. Okay. Is Monica Stukovic there?
This is Monica Stojkovic. Good evening.
Stukovic, I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name.
That's okay. I just wanted to go on record that I'm opposed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Monica. Sorry, Rosenshine, are you there? You were there earlier. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, recognized. Just needs to unmute.
Can you unmute yourself? Sorry. Okay, Steve Dworkin, Greg Knoll,
Steve is here.
Paul Nix. We have Sari Rosenshine, Steve Dworkin, Greg Knoll, Paul Nix.
Paul Nix is here.
Hey, Paul, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor.
Welcome to the meeting.
At the outset, let me express my sincere appreciation to all the commission members for your dedicated public service. I speak as a owner at the Tide since 2007, and just for the record, a proud and honored member of the Florida Bar since 1987. I just wish to make some brief comments regarding the dynamics of this hearing considering R2. Specifically, while the commission members and staff are able to participate by audio and visual, all of the other participants are only allowed to participate by audio. I believe that all hearing participants should be able to participate on a completely equal basis, which would maximize the effectiveness of the process. The commission should improve this situation so that all participants can be visually displayed for identification purposes, and also so that this proceeding can be handled as close to the dynamics of an in-person live meeting as is technologically possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen Dworkin is also available.
All right, but should we do this downstairs from now when we have the monitors to see channel 78? Oh, they can see. I can't see.
Can't see, but they can see.
But they can't see. I can't see their exhibits.
But they're not showing it.
Well, they claim they are. All right. Who'd you say, Mr. Dworkin? Mr. Dworkin, are you available? Mr. Dworkin? Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Mr. Dworkin? Mary Jackson, followed by Ruzika Jevrick. Mary Jackson, Ruzika Jevrick, followed by Mary Dine.
Ruzicka is recognized.
Ruzicka, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, thank you. I oppose this plat amendment.
You oppose it. Okay.
And
All
I'd
right.
also be curious to know what the reports were for the places that the sewer systems where the pipes broke. I'd be curious what the public reports said about that area before they actually broke. So it
Where are
should
you
be
talking about?
investigated.
Where are you talking about?
Anywhere in Fort Lauderdale where all the pipes had broken and all the sewage went into the streets. I'd be curious what the city reports had to say about that area before they actually started building in those areas.
Well, one break was in Rio Vista, so that's a single-family home area, so there was no new construction there. And the other break was at George English Park, which is also a single-family home area, so there's no new construction there. It's across the street from the Galleria, and there's no new construction going on there. So, in
No,
fact,
but I'd
there
be
was-
curious, but I'd also be curious what the public or the reports say about that area, that it doesn't need any fixing, but it's leaking. So it just, the area should be looked at, fixed before anything could be amended to any new plats in the area.
Okay, we hear you. Okay, thank you. Mary Dine, Dhein, Mary Dine, Dhein.
Yes, Mary Dean.
Dean, okay,
Yes, and I'd just like to say that I'm in opposition to the plat.
okay. All right, thank you, Mary.
Good night.
Good night. Lucy Greener? Lucy Greener? Or Lucy Griner?
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you Lucy?
Hello?
Hi, Lucy, we can hear you.
I'm here.
Welcome to our meeting.
Hi, this is Lucy Griner. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lucy, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for your time, and the city commissioners as well.
Sure.
I have been an owner of a unit at the Tide since 2011.
See the tides.
Since the beginning of my ownership there has been continuous problems with the flooding and the sewage situation. My question is, if the report that everybody's been discussing recommended full remediation, it would appear to me that there has only been partial repairs of the old and corroded sewage pipes done to date. The budget that was required to do the full remediation has been like the proverbial can that's kicked down the road, and we're not being able to address the full remediation. What I propose is that all of these necessary repairs need to be taken first before new construction should be allowed. We need to have a proactive approach as opposed to a reactive approach after we have an emergency. I am opposed to the new plat, and I thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, well, thank you for being part of the meeting. Thank you, Lucy. James Sweeney, followed by David Gosselin, followed by David Kincaid. Is James Sweeney on the line? James?
Yes, James is on.
Hi, how are you this evening?
Good, how are you?
Why is you're echoing?
Don't know why then.
He's got the meeting on.
Is this still going on?
You have to turn off whatever you're watching.
Can you still hear me?
Now we can hear you much better.
Okay, just want to go on record that I oppose the plat amendment.
Okay.
But I also do want to comment that there is some apparently there's some technical issues because my husband was on about 2 hours ago and was called. His device was not muted. He was speaking, but you could not hear him, and you moved on to the next person. So I think that may explain why there's a number of people who aren't responding. There apparently is some sort of technical glitch.
And I apologize for that. I'm sorry that that's happening. What's his name? Do you think he can come on now?
Michael Pellico.
Michael, are you there now? Do you want to? I can give you your 2 minutes now.
Yeah, I can get him.
Okay. Michael?
Well,
Yeah,
James,
it's Mike. I'm here.
Okay,
And
you have 2
just go on
minutes.
record that I oppose.
Oh, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney, do you want to add anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. David
Mayor,
Goss?
it's Mayor, it's Ben here.
Yes, Ben.
I just wanted to, I've asked the city clerk if he could just tally total number of pros in favor and opposed to the project, just so if we are missing people or they're not connecting, we at least will have a tally of how many are supporting and opposing. So we'll have that at the end.
I've been keeping a rough tally, and so far,
Okay.
there's not one person who's in favor of it.
Yep, exactly. And Jeff's totaled it up. I think it's right now 100 opposed, 2 in favor out of everyone that has spoken and will spoke. Just FYI, will
Okay,
speak. Yep,
approximately.
thanks.
Approximately, okay. David Gosselin, followed by David Kincaid, followed by Klaus Klein. David?
Hey, good
Kincaid.
evening.
David Gosselin?
Yes, speaking.
Hey, good evening. How are you?
Good, yourself?
Very good, thank you.
All right. I just want to record that I'm opposing.
Okay.
And also having difficulties understand how we can vote tonight, or how a vote can be take place tonight when there is some uncertainties on the infrastructure on the area. So I just want to say that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, David. David Gosselin, excuse me, David Kincaid.
he's here.
David Kincaid, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Longtime listener, first time caller. Want to let you know I do currently oppose the plat amendment or the plat, but I do not oppose development on this site in the future. The way I would put it is that once the infrastructure work is completed and taken care of, definitely would like to see that site developed instead of staying a defunct old gas station. So forward progress, yes, but we've got to make sure that the infrastructure is there. As has been said by a number of people, until we know the facts and not assumptions and not, well, if I remember right, let's know the facts before we are able to vote, or before you guys are able to vote to approve the plat, because until the facts are known, there's too many unknowns. I do have a couple of thoughts and questions. Was wondering if the infrastructure of a 108 unit building was determined that was the capacity, including the fact that there's also the public projects going on straight across the street, or whether they were viewed independently of each other. Another item is from—
Let me answer that question, David. They are not viewed independently. It's a holistic approach. We take into consideration everything that is going on within the vicinity. It's not done in a vacuum.
Okay. Also, from an infrastructure standpoint, and this does have to do with the type of proposed development there's a lot of sidewalks, beach access, and beach facilities that would be used, that is infrastructure to all those in the community, and I don't feel like that has been taken into consideration either.
Okay.
There was a NASA engineer that spoke at the planning and zoning meeting that actually mentioned looking at some of the designs. Garbage trucks are going to have to pull out onto and block 30th Street due to the ceiling height restrictions. So it feels like from infrastructure, there's still a lot of things that, based off the type of use, are still outstanding questions, are going to be problematic. I'll wrap up by saying thank you for your time. As compared to the planning and zoning meeting that we spent many hours listening to and waiting on, honestly, Mr. Mayor, you spent more time on the Pledge of Allegiance this evening than they spent on commentary and questions after listening to hours of opposition for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And good evening. Have a good night. Klaus Klein, followed by Guinevere Stunden, followed by Eugene Palermo. City I hope to someday visit. Klaus Klein versus Guinevere Stunden versus, not versus. Klaus Klein, Guinevere Stunden, Eugene Palermo. Guinevere, are you there? Klaus Klein, Guinevere Stunden, Eugene Palermo.
Guinevere is recognized off of me. The other two names do not appear on the list.
Guinevere, can you unmute yourself?
Is unmuted.
Well, you've discovered another deficiency in our programs. Okay. Moving along, Stephanie Nizanti, Michael Quattrochi.
Stephanie's here.
Stephanie, are you there?
Yes, Stephanie
Hi,
Mazzanti.
Hi, good
Hi.
evening.
Good evening. I heard a lot of shoulds, but no guarantees from the Public Works Department. I'm opposed, and if possible, I'd like to yield my time to Carmela.
Carmela. Which she called earlier?
One everybody's been talking
Yes, and she was the one who you turned off.
All right, is she there now with you?
No.
Okay. I did call upon Carmela earlier to come back on and for some reason we couldn't connect, so
Name's not on the list.
she kind of
I didn't
signed
hear
off.
that.
My understanding is she signed off. But if you can get in
Okay.
touch with her and if she wants to come back on, I'll be happy to allow her to finish. Just let me know, okay?
Okay. Okay, will do.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mhm.
Michael Quattrochi. Michael Quattrochi. Thomas Nolan. And Anna Marie Nolan.
Thomas is here.
Thomas and Anna Marie, I assume you're in the same unit, the Penthouse 3, okay. Are you both here? Anna Marie, Thomas?
Thomas is recognized. It's just showing on mute.
Tom, are you unmuted?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm here in this Tides for 12 years. Very, very happy in the building, but I totally oppose this project. I see no upside. I see no positivity attached to it. And speaking on behalf of Anna, my wife as well, that's about all I have to say.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Jim McLaughlin? Jim, are you there?
Hey, I'm looking. Jim is here.
Jim McLaughlin?
Good evening, Mayor Jim.
Hi, how are you?
Just fine. I'm a party to this, so I have nothing to add, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any regarding the plat.
Oh, you're with McLaughlin. Okay, McLaughlin Engineering. Okay. All right, if we need to call upon you, we'll be happy to. We know that you're there. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Dario Badalamenti? Is Dario Badalamenti there?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
We can certainly hear you. Good evening.
Excellent. Good evening. I need to voice my objection to the plat because it seems at present that there isn't sufficient information or definitive information regarding the infrastructure issues that my fellow voters have referred to throughout this meeting. If perhaps the vote could be delayed, I think it might be beneficial that all parties accumulate the necessary information to allow us all to make an informed vote.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. At this time, I need to alert the City Commission that we have a 10 o'clock deadline. I need a motion to extend the meeting. We're going to need to extend it to like at least 11:30. We have about 20 more or so speakers. So and we're going to have to take a
Well, the
break
other
right
one's
after we
voted
extend
out,
it.
which is
Do I
good.
hear a motion to extend the meeting
Motion to extend to midnight.
to midnight? Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second,
Okay, all those in favor, please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas,
yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and we need to take a 5-minute break. We've been sitting here for 4 hours, so I asked everyone's patience who signed up to speak. We're just going to take 5 or 6 minute break.
We are unmuted.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. We're back to the City Commission evening meeting. I appreciate your patience. We had to take a break for a couple of minutes. Let us continue with the public hearing. This is on R2. Tony Aubrey, followed by John Dybel, followed by Sharon Kleefeld. Is Tony Aubrey, John Dybel, or is John there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How do you pronounce your last name, John?
Diebel.
Diebel, I'm sorry.
No, that's pretty close. It goes that way a lot. So I'm an owner of the Tide since 2004.
Okay.
And I'm trying not to repeat what everybody said, but a few things that have probably been said before. I'm just concerned that the ingress and egress of a 160 unit hotel at this location would be very difficult and frankly dangerous, especially given the proposed Publix across Northeast 32nd, Northeast 30th Street. I think some minor development may be acceptable, but this type and magnitude feels egregious, especially given the previously noted continual flooding and infrastructure issues. Related to the infrastructure improvements, I do think we need a clear list and a city engineer's report of the work required. And I'd recommend you delay approval until they're completed and accepted. I am a civil engineer, licensed professional engineer, and this approach, completing those improvements before facilities or infrastructure or new development is approved, is quite typical, frankly, the most common approach to similar circumstances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your patience tonight. Sharon Kleefeld, is Sharon there? Sharon Kleefeld? Susan Meyer?
There, Sharon's recognized.
Sharon, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Sharon, yeah, hi, good evening.
Hi. Yes, I just want to say that I'm strongly opposed to the plat. And, you know, by approving this plat, I feel that you're telling us that our infrastructure is all fine, on which I totally disagree. We have a sewage failure of systemic proportions statewide. From 2009 to 2019, we had 370 million gallons of spill in the entire state. In 2020, Fort Lauderdale, within a 3-month period of time, had 226 million gallons of spill. In 2010, the Gulf of Mexico spilled 210 million gallons of oil, which is the largest oil spill in history. In comparison, in 2020, Fort Lauderdale spilled 226 million gallons of sewage, which made it the largest sewage spill in history. I sincerely hope that the commission will thoroughly gather and review all the information on this issue, including the age and condition of pipes, especially B14, and report to the community before voting on this plat. We don't want Fort Lauderdale to be known for another record in history like this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon, and I agree with you. We don't want to make any more records like that. That's for sure. Susan Meyer, followed by Paul Chettle, followed by Lori Novello. Is Susan Meyer there? Susan? Is Paul Chettle there?
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Oh, hi, Paul. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. City Clerk, I'll be speaking on pages 24 through 28. And Mayor, I don't understand why, after all the communication with the City Clerk's office, you don't have this document. Good evening, City Commissioner and Mr. Reddy. I will be speaking about, well, if you pause my time, yes. If you don't, you cut me back
I don't know what that was, but I just paused your time.
Thank you.
It seems that the email that was sent to us could not be transmitted to us as an attachment. So we never got the email. And
You as the commission or you as the city? Because I got receipt from the city that the city received the file. It was a file shared document, and what it was supposed to be, in order to save time for you as the commission, as a courtesy to you, instead of each person posting a picture, was to have the one file. So everybody was instructed to identify to the city clerk what page to look at. And the file was 84 pages long, and it had documents from 15 years, starting with the CDM Smith wastewater master plan in 2007, this Reese engineering study in 2016, obviously the comprehensive plan, which it became. In addition to that, individual staff reports, individual CIP reports, and individual like infrastructure reports. So that's what the file was supposed to be. And every speaker was speaking to that file. So obviously it's part of the record because the city has received it under R2, but obviously you haven't given it for some reason.
Okay, we'll have to review that, but I have to be honest with you, not one member of the commission has seen it, but we'll see what happens tonight going forward. Okay, I'll resume your time.
Okay. Thank you. I will be speaking about the ULDR section 47-25.2 adequacy requirements under Exhibit 3 in the backup titled The Applicant's Narrative Response to Criteria. The applicant's 4-page response to the criteria specifically mentions city infrastructure 6 times, including the 2 instances under 47-25.2 H and I, referring to the water facility and sewer facility being adequate, meeting the needs of the proposed development. The public obviously has challenged these assumptions in the applicant's narrative to the City Commission. Specifically on June 25th, less than 2 months ago, the city manager of the City of Fort Lauderdale submitted the collection system asset management report to the state of Florida as a requirement for the wastewater consent order. Each infrastructure. Hello?
Keep going.
Each infrastructure asset was subject to a risk assessment. The infrastructure immediately supporting this plat was assigned the highest risk score. It was given the score of the highest likelihood of failure and the highest consequence of failure. In addition to that, it was given the highest risk priority for the gravity main. So in June, the public were told by the Urban Design and Planning in a quasi-judicial meeting in P&Z that the infrastructure was fine and no additional infrastructure was required, but at the same time, we're presenting a Hazen and Sawyer report in June. I understand Reese is old. This was in June. We paid Hazen and Sawyer. We submitted that to the state to comply with the consent order. I highly doubt we were lying to the state. So several speakers this evening have all spoken about the overwhelming evidence for 15 years about the status of the infrastructure, specifically the sewer basin, B14, and the pump station, B14. There's no mistake here. Everybody understands that this for 15 years has been a problem. When you heard from Mr. Ginsburg talking about the CIP that you voted on for the last 6 years, showing the deferral of maintenance, showing the cost increases, the deferrals, the defunding. If you look at your preliminary CIP for 2021, you will see that the project has disappeared completely. It was a $4.4 million project that still has not been done. It was a recommendation from CDM Smith in 2007. It was a recommendation from Reese. It was a recommendation top priority from the city manager, Lee Feldman, and it still hasn't been done. I highly doubt that if we're telling the state that this specific infrastructure that supports this specific plat amendment is a high likelihood of failure and a high consequence of failure and a high risk priority, that does not square with what the public has been told.
Okay.
Simply put, the process for this development is structurally broken.
Okay.
Structurally broken.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate your comments, and we're going to review what you just said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori Novello?
Mayor,
Yes.
I want to hear Raj address those claims.
Well, you know what, Vice Mayor, I think we're going to, I see where this is going. I think there's a lot of things that we're going to be asking Raj to do. I almost think like we're going to have to defer this item so that we give city staff in good faith, the opportunity to be able to respond to a lot of these statements that are being made by the community. at the beginning, I was agreeing to, allowing piecemeal responses, but I think fairness to the staff, in fairness to the commission, and in fairness to the community, I think we need a little bit more comprehensive response to all these suggestions that need to be responded to. So why don't we listen to the rest of what the folks have to say tonight? And I'm going to recommend, I hope the commission would agree that we perhaps need to defer this tonight so that we get more and better responses from our city staff. Does that seem fair to you?
Well, to me, you're asking me?
I'm asking you.
Well, I've always been, okay, and I was gonna get into this discussion later because I wanted to share some of my frustration. I mean, I listened to the whole planning and zoning board meeting, but I wanted to be clear that what's in front of us tonight is very, very ministerial. I mean, I served on the planning and zoning board for 6 years. And what we're talking about tonight, even if we got no answers from the staff from Public Works, it will be still very difficult because all of the courts have ruled that you have to meet very minimum technical requirements for a plat. And anyone that says no or goes against that ends up losing in court. I want to hear more from our city attorney. I understand what you're saying because I share your frustrations, and I might as well go right into this right now. When I listened to the site plan at Planning and Zoning, I understand why they acted the way they acted, even with overwhelming opposition from the neighboring buildings. It's because our zoning is structured in a way that we are often forced to make decisions that we do not want to make. What I would say to Anthony Fajardo and our planning staff is take a look at what is the issue where we are allowed to put 106 rooms according to zoning on a 0.4 of an acre site. That's the real issue here, not this plat and not anything else. The issue is that these are zoning laws that we've inherited as a commission from many years ago, and they've never been changed. So if planning and zoning goes against those zoning laws, it just sets up the city totally liable for court action, and we would lose. So I understand what you're saying about deferral, Mayor, but I'm going to question you on that because I want to hear from our city attorney. What have the minimum requirements been that have been set forth? And has the staff determined that those minimum requirements that the courts and the law says are required on a plat been met? Is all of this discussion tonight about minimum requirements that law says we need to meet to approve a plat? If not, we're just going to come back and spend another 5 hours and do this again. So those are the kinds of questions that I want answered from our city attorney. And I really want you to think about that because what are we doing here? Again, we are pigeonholed by the laws of the zoning, and we are pigeonholed by what it is to approve a plat. And if the court says it's ministerial and administrative and minimum requirements must be met, and already tonight we've been told that technical requirements for the plat have been met, which removes us as an elected board from any kind of discretion on this issue, then I don't know what we're doing by deferring. Thank you.
Can I ask that you allow the city attorney to answer that at the end of the, we're almost finished, at the end of the public hearing so that we can have a conversation regarding this?
Of course, I just talked about it because you brought up deferral, and I'm just saying.
Let's let the city attorney take a moment to formulate responses to your questions. I think their questions are well taken. But let's just get through the public hearing. We're almost through.
Of course.
Okay, great. Lori Novello. Lori, are you there? Followed by Ada and Tom Lucaccioni.
Hello, Mayor.
Who's that? Lori.
Lori Novello.
Hi, Lori.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for hanging in for 4 hours.
And more. And going.
And going strong. Thank you so much for that. I'd like to say that I oppose the plat for everything that was already said and more. I'm a realtor in Fort Lauderdale. For the last 12 years, I've lived here for 40. And I'd like to say that in 12 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, we never had to do sewer scopes on houses when we did inspections. And now we're doing them on every single house. And the reason being that the pipes are failing. They're 50, 60 years old, and I can't even imagine what the pipes are like under that piece of property that we're talking about tonight. So living in the tides for the last 10 years, I've seen the problems that we have consistently had here. And in defense of everyone that lives here, no one else there on the commission lives here in these buildings and knows what we go through on a daily basis. I do agree with Raj that part of the problem, the runoff, is the water has nowhere to go. And that piece of property is a bit higher than we are at the tide, so it may not get as flooded. So I feel that possibly what needs to be done is we need to have more pervious area there as opposed to putting more concrete there. So I would oppose this. I oppose building anything else on that property and even causing more road impact, congestion, and therefore more problems. As opposed to putting a well or other drainage in, I suggest that we put more pervious property there, or land, or grass, or park, or dog park, or something else that is more advantageous to the neighborhood and to the drainage. So I'd like to say that I oppose the plat.
Lori, are you any relation to Aaron Novello?
No, and a lot of people ask me that.
Because he's also a realtor. Okay.
Yes, I know. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your comments tonight.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, so much.
Welcome. Ada and Tom Lucaccioni, are you there? Gregory Keating. Stuart Robin. I think Stuart is here on behalf of the applicant anyway.
Yes, sir.
Stuart, are you here just to respond to questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's nothing independent. Okay. Is Ada and Tom Lucaccioni there? Gregory Keating? Okay. Kevin Hardy? Kevin?
No.
Gerard Belial?
Yes.
Jr.? Jerry Belial Jr.?
Recognize. Still on mute. Recognized. On mute.
Mr. Belial, are you there? Okay, Marcy Callahan? Marcy? Nope. Bill Brown? Bill, are you there?
Yes, he's here.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
We can certainly hear you, Bill.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. I know it's been a long day. I've been with you ever since 11:30 this morning as well.
God bless you.
And I'm not even on the Red Bull.
Yeah.
I'll be brief. Everyone's talked about this came, but I'm president of the Central Beach Alliance. This came before the Central Beach last year, the plat, along with this project. During the whole entire process, even up through planning and zoning, both the plat and the project were heard simultaneously, basically as one. I think the level of frustration is the residents and the immediate neighbors and the condo associations around the project feel that they're not being heard. Every time they brought up issues with the infrastructure, traffic concerns, neighborhood compatibility, density, everything that's being discussed, they don't feel like they're getting the right answers. From meeting to meeting, they get different, there seems to be different conflicting statements. If you do a deferment, I appreciate what Commissioner Glassman said, that he's willing to work with the Public Works Director and trying to come up with a comprehensive report, and I would task this commission also to task the infrastructure task force to work with them. The residents, I think, would feel like that's within the boundaries of the infrastructure task force to help alleviate and address some of these problems. And overwhelmingly, the plat was voted against by the membership of the CBA and the members in participation at the Planning and Zoning. And it's interesting to point out that the level of participation from the residents on the Barrier Island, and I've been on my condo down there for 36 years, Bahia Mar project didn't even have this type of remonstration. So that should send a good message to this commission. With that, I'll entertain any questions. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Bill. Kristen Coletti, followed by Eve Baser, followed by Kristen Moss. Kristen Coletti, followed by Eve Baser, followed by Kristen Moss. Any one of you?
Kristen Coletti is there.
Kristen Coletti, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much. I'm a resident of 15 years and I oppose the new plat.
Okay. You live at the Tides?
I do.
Okay.
Kristen Moss is
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Kristen Moss is here.
Kristen Moss. Good evening, Kristen. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good.
Okay, so Mayor, if I could just have it, pardon me?
Share your thoughts with us tonight.
Okay, I first have a point of clarification. Mayor, did I hear you correctly at the start say that this would be the last time residents have an opportunity to speak out against the project?
No, I said this is, if the plat is approved, this will probably be the last time the city commission will weigh in on the project.
Okay, thank you. So the fact that Ms. Toothaker said at the start that this was just administrative or ministerial approval, I think it's misleading at best. I'd like to hear her state her position again.
Actually, Kristen, that's what our city attorney has stated. Not so much Ms. Toothaker, but our city attorney has instructed us that this is a ministerial action and not so much a policy decision.
Okay, I think whenever residents are involved and want to have their voice heard, it's more than just procedural, but that's just me as a active concerned resident.
Okay.
Commissioner Glassman, at the start of this, I was kind of stunned to hear you say that you wanted to hear all about what's happening with this project, and then, in quote, quickly in 5 minutes. I think that's kind of insulting to all the residents that have signed up to speak. The fact is,
I didn't say that, Kristen. You're taking words out of context.
You said
I
quickly
asked
in
Raj.
5 minutes.
I asked Raj, for the sake of time, because I knew we would probably spend about 4 hours on this. I asked him if he could go through a list, roughly in 5 minutes, and just go through all of the infrastructure improvements that have been done on the site, and he did that. Thank you.
Okay, well, we can go back to that later, but here are the facts. At P&Z, 164 residents opposed the project, 0 were in favor. That is more than Bahia Mar. And the fact is that the CBA voted and opposed the project 236 to 15. Tonight you have 100 people opposing this project. And I think you need to act responsibly. You all ran on a platform of smart growth and that you would oppose development that hurts neighborhoods. We have consent orders, we have fines against the city, and the residents, the taxpayers are paying those fines. And I think, there's clearly crumbling infrastructure, and to move forward with this and approve this tonight is, it's irresponsible. it's kind of a slap in residents' faces. And so I oppose it, and hope you will vote in a responsible manner and represent the citizens.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
Cynthia Spaeth, followed by Richard Buckheit, followed by Patrick Goulding, and David Murphy. Is Cynthia Spaeth? Cynthia, how are you?
Yes, I'm here. I am also, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I am also an owner of a unit in the Tides, and I oppose this plat.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you for your help. Thank you.
Richard Buckheit, Patrick Goulding, and David Murphy. Any of you folks with us still? Richard Buckheit, Patrick Goulding, David Murphy. None of those names? Okay. All right, those are all the people that have signed up to speak. Has anyone signed up that we did not hear from? For some reason or another, we had a technical problem along the way.
So we have a couple of people who have raised their hand, Mayor. I don't know if you want to entertain.
Yeah, we'll entertain
comments in that fashion or not. I can ask them in order. So let's go to Carol. Let's allow Carol to unmute
Carol?
with a hand up. Carol, did you sign up to speak?
Yes, I did. I was one of the people that you earlier had on for the project for the airport, and it was supposed to be for this, so I apologize for that.
Yes.
And I'm going to make this brief. I am an owner at the Tides, and I'm also the board secretary here at the association. And I was to speak on PDF number 32, which is a lot of quotes from the Sun Sentinel from Mayor Trantelis and his strive to keep our neighborhoods and our surrounding areas compatible and with the infrastructure and streets and things that so everything would be maintained properly. But I'm not going to go through all of the quotes. You can read them when you get the file. But I just want to express my concern that we have Mr. Verna here. I sat with several planning meetings with the developer, and he was the engineer that was hired by the developer, and now he is now working, I guess, for the city. So he's kind of on both sides, and that kind of concerns me. So I just wanted to express that concern, and thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to all of us here at the Tides.
Thank you, Carol.
Mr. Mayor, one more, Greg Knoll.
Greg Knoll, are you there, Greg?
Hi, Greg Knoll.
Hi, Greg.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, thanks you skipped me over. I wasn't able to respond earlier. I was going to speak on a couple items. First, let me just say thanks for spending the extra time tonight to listen to all your constituents and our concerns. So I had a couple, brief comments on specific pages of the PDF, which we all now know hasn't been received by you. So I'll sort of just paraphrase a couple thoughts from some of the speakers. So the Public Works Director made some comments specifically when he was asked about whether or not the B14 pump had been either, maintained, replaced, and he didn't have the answer to that. He deferred to his operations staff. So I know there was maybe a follow-up that was going to take place, but I had a specific comment about another pump, which hasn't been mentioned. It's the B3 pump station, which, is maybe not on the list, but, it's located on Northeast 30th Court, which is on the north end of the city parking garage, which you probably are familiar with. And it's one block from the proposed project site. So this particular pump, from what I understand, it basically is not been maintained or not been replaced, and it fills the entire vicinity of Northeast 30th Court, including the parking garage, with the smell of raw sewage. So as a resident of the Tides for 2 years, I've been walking around the block, walking my dog, and you can smell that raw sewage. And oftentimes you can see it leaking into the street, creating obviously a health concern. So my question would be again and I think it's already been posed to the Director of Public Works, what specifically has been done with B14, the pumps, and additionally pump B3, which is also in this particular district. And again, in parting, I would say, the Public Works Director mentioned something about working previously for the applicants. And now, he's answered questions sort of vaguely on how the assessment of the infrastructure has been done and not been able to answer questions. And, he's the director. Is he new to the position? I'm just not sure we're getting the correct answers from Public Works. And those folks are the ones that provided the P&Z with their information that they made the decision on to make their, approval of the zoning. So again, all these questions remain unanswered. And I would hope that the mayor and the commissioners would look into the specifics of the pump and the pump basin for B14 and B3 and get back to the constituents with some specifics on those. Thank you very much, sir. And have a good evening for the extra time.
Absolutely. Thank you for your patience tonight. Anybody else that wanted to speak with regard to this that we weren't able to connect with earlier? Okay, there being none, do I hear a motion to close public hearing? Do I have does the applicant?
Moved.
Hold on a second, Ben. If the
Yeah.
applicant, if the
Yeah, the
applicant
applicant has an opportunity to speak if they want to speak.
during public hearing or afterwards?
It can be, if they're going to, unless they're presenting witnesses, they can do it afterwards if they're answering questions.
Well,
But they
before-
probably want to do it during the hearing.
Yeah, let's do it now. So is Stephanie Toothaker still on the line?
She is.
Stephanie?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here,
All
Mayor.
right.
Thank you. Apologize. On the other side, we have to wait to be unmuted before that's why you can't hear us immediately.
Okay. I would like to be able to give you the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of your client with regard to the issue of the plat the plat recommendation that's being presented tonight.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll give you, we're not talking about site plan, we're not talking about anything other than the plat, so I'll give you, since you're the applicant, I'll give you 5 minutes and let me know if you can make your presentation within that period of time. All right?
I definitely can, Mayor, and I appreciate that very much. I'm going to keep it brief. A lot of what you heard tonight, I want to first say that we appreciate the concerns of the community. We all live here. I understand what they're saying, but the commission doesn't have the benefit, although I think Vice Mayor Glassman certainly was watching it at Planning and Zoning Board. But there's a reason that this is being presented to you with a super majority of approval for, we're not talking about the site plan tonight, we're only talking about the plat, but the site plan was approved by 7-2, and the plat was subsequently approved because we had the opportunity to make a full presentation on the project itself. And I believe that the Planning and Zoning Board voted correctly, and this came to you as a plat only. The site plan has already been approved, and we're outside the 30-day call-up provision. And as your city attorney appropriately stated, pursuant to your code and pursuant to Florida law, plats are considered ministerial. And what that means is that if the plat meets the most basic standard that is laid out, in other words, does it comply with the sections of the code and the law as to basic infrastructure, and in this case it does, then the plat is considered a ministerial act. It's a very different, very, very different than a site plan, very different than a rezoning. And the case law on it is extremely clear. And I'm not gonna ask you to rely on me. I'm gonna ask you to rely on your own city attorney who opened with that statement, because it's well settled in Florida law that as it relates to plats, unfortunately, the commission just doesn't have a lot of authority to turn it down if the plat complies. And I do want to go back to the infrastructure. I know that Raj Verma had spoken numerous times, but I want to be very clear in what he said. And I know that there were a lot of questions And there's a lot of information about this area and this particular section of the city, but he clearly stated that there are no infrastructure issues with lift station 14. The pipes are of sufficient capacity and they've already been reinforced. There is a flooding issue that has been acknowledged that has to do with the seawall that is underneath the bridge. That has nothing to do with the infrastructure that would be affected by this project. This project, in fact, will improve the situation that's out there today, because in fact, when you come in and you build a new project, you improve the infrastructure that you are going to use. So you'll have new infrastructure in conjunction with this project. We understand, as I said, I know the community is very worked up and they've dealt with issues in this area, but this project does not in any way negatively impact the situation. In fact, it improves the situation. You've also talked a couple of times about the Publix. I want to be very clear that Publix was asked to make an infrastructure improvement. They reached out to me, to us, and asked if we would split that with them, and we agreed to do that. We did that in writing. We offered to voluntarily split the infrastructure improvement that Publix is making. So that is part of also of this approval. I appreciate my team is all available. We've got, the architect, but again, we're not talking about site plan issues. I know that that McLaughlin is here, who processed the plat, and I think your own staff stated that the plat met all the requirements that it must meet. And really, it just comes down to the legal standard of what the commission can consider to review the plat. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mayor.
All right, great, thank you.
Mayor, I do have a question for the applicant.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Stephanie, I know that we had a project on the beach last year that it was sort of the first time I actually asked, I believe it might have actually been your project, where I said, we've always had impact fees, developers have paid money, projects have been banked, monies have been banked, and I asked if we could do infrastructure on that site, if the developer was willing to do the infrastructure on that site and pay towards it. I believe it was actually the residents in there, the Swimming Hall of Fame, come to think of it. Can we count on that here also if we identify any issues that we have not taken care of, or that once you do further examination with Public Works, is that something that the developer will be stepping up to take care of in this instance?
Vice Mayor, if this project is found to create issues specific to this project, you absolutely have our commitment that we will pay for that infrastructure improvement. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing? I think.
So moved.
Okay. And Ben, did you want to second that?
Yes.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentals?
Yes. And Alan, can you, now that you've had a few moments, can you respond to the question that Vice Mayor asked regarding legal aspects of this issue?
Yes, and you'll indulge me, I have a little bit to go through, but I think it's important for the record. Vice Mayor, you're correct in your assessment. This is essentially, in its simplest form, the approval of a map depicting the site. Tonight, there's been repeated references made to the alleged uncertainties in facts or information about the infrastructure, problems the city's had, and in that area. Perhaps the development should wait until those fixes are made or clarified. But these matters really aren't at issue tonight on this technical plat approval. And if I may, because I think it's getting lost in the conversation, the sole section in RULD Jardine dealing with sanitary sewers in regard to platting, and this goes to the idea that it's a very minimal technical requirement. This is all it requires. Sanitary sewers shall be installed by the subdivider in areas where a sanitary sewage system is available or has been authorized and financed. Such sanitary sewers, mains, and laterals shall be properly connected to a city sewage disposal system or arranged for suitable future connection, and shall be designed by a registered engineer subject to the approval of the city engineer. The installation shall be made under the supervision and inspection of the city engineer. Expenses of design, supervision, and inspection of the sewage disposal system shall be borne by the developer. In addition to sewer mains, laterals shall be installed to each platted lot and stubbed off at the property line for future connection. The sanitary sewer system shall also be subject to the approval of the State Board of Health. The use of individual septic tanks in lieu of a sanitary sewer system shall not be permitted without county health department approval, and only in cases where connection to the sanitary sewage system is impracticable. That is the only requirement.
So
for
it
plat
sounds,
approval.
so it sounds to me that the developer is only responsible for the sewer system on site.
Correct. And this particular plat cannot be a referendum on the city's infrastructure, and the city's infrastructure woes can't be borne solely on the shoulders of this applicant. The comments have dealt with the general areas and things, but not this particular plat. There's been no evidence presented tonight that's actually counter to the empirical and data-driven evidence that staff has provided. And I'll end this way, just based on the case law. And this is quoted from 2 seminal cases on platting. It is elementary that once a party complies with all legal requirements for platting, there is no discretion in government authority to refuse approval of the plat. And if we look at each single requirement, water supply is the same. Very, very minimal. They have to have water mains properly connected. That's basically what the requirements are. So when the vice mayor refers to very minimal technical standards, that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
That's all the consideration we're
That's
supposed to give this.
That's helpful. Any other questions of Alan?
Well, yes, thank you, Mayor. So Alan, in other words, the minimal requirements, the minimum requirements have been met because those things are so elementary and minimum, and staff has signed off and said, yes, they've been met?
Yes, that's correct. And again, we're talking about a simple map depicting and identifying a particular site with minimal requirements, such as you need to have sewer connections. You need to have ingress and egress. If you don't have those systems in place, you need to have them in place, and you're going to bear the cost of doing that. That's where it stops. The conversations we've had tonight are dealing with general problems in the area, which are not attributable to this particular site, on site, and again, can't be borne on this particular applicant. And we don't have that data to counter what's already been established on the technical requirement.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Florida statute says that the county and the city have to adopt ordinances that set forth those minimal technical requirements. And is that what we have done? And that's why you're stating that now? Are these ordinances that we already have on the books in our city according to Florida statutes?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Alan, it's Ben. So obviously this is a very, very low bar in terms of what needs to be met.
That's correct. And that's why it's oftentimes referred to as a very technical or ministerial act, because it does really get down to, A, B, and C, very minimal. And once those are checked off, you have no discretion at that point. And unfortunately, you could have every citizen in the city disagree with it, but if those technical requirements are met, you don't have a choice.
And should we, if we did say, well, it meets this very, very low bar, but we have massive other concerns, and we deny for that, what happens to us legally?
Mr. Exposure. Hire an able litigator that will go straight to court, file a petition for writ of certiorari, which will be readily granted, and then it will be granted, the plat will be granted for us.
Okay.
Cost of legal fees and everything else.
Okay, and then just to kind of put a finer point on this, this is kind of a state statute that mandates this. Municipalities have a similar kind of interpretation on their books, right? So this isn't, we don't have, in other words, we can't change this dramatically, this ordinance, can we?
Correct. No, right. These are minimal standard. Again, this is platting. This is not, the issues addressed tonight are more for site plan approval versus platting. This is again, It's basically drawing a map. I know it sounds simple and I don't mean to be flippant about it, but,
Yep.
and I don't say this out of, unfortunately, I've litigated these cases and I've been on the losing end of them because it is such a low standard for applicants to accomplish.
Right. And then Mayor, I just have one question for Vice Mayor or Raj. So Vice Mayor Raj, I mean, it sounds like to me, whether something is built on the site or not, we still have a stormwater issue. And it sounds like part of that might be seawall. So regardless of whether this happens or not, we have this stormwater issue. Do we have a plan for that stormwater issue we're facing? And I thought I heard we did, but I just wanted to double touch on that.
Raj, go ahead, Raj, because I think you've already explained a lot of that, but go right ahead.
Yes, Commissioner Sorensen, that is true. And we have been evaluating the reasons, and we have to take the reason step by step. We cannot install any pipes or catch basin unless we raise the seawalls, and the seawall was being done by FDOT. They have recently completed as back as recent as 2 weeks ago. The last time I was there, they were putting on the caps. So you take the case of seawall. First, you minimize the water that is coming from the water body. You put the plugs in. You make repairs to the manholes, and you fix up the water valves, and then you apply simultaneously for the permit from the South Florida Water, because arbitrarily we cannot go and do anything unless we get the approval. So that process has already begun, and because we were aware of the situation, so we were waiting when the FDOT would complete their work so that we can do in conjunction. So yes, though to alleviate those flooding concerns, we have already put the ball in motion.
Great, thank you.
Any other
Mayor?
questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Alan. Alan, so if the city commission can only consider and determine whether the minimal technical requirements have been met for the plat, how can we even do that if earlier you said that our discretion is removed as elected officials because the staff has already determined that those technical requirements have been met? So how do you rectify those two?
If you had empirical data, basically that, let's say staff determined that there is already a sanitary connection there that is present, and that the ingress and egress are appropriate for the streets that are already there, so on and so forth, but you had actual data that says, no, that's not true, and you present that as evidence, then you could say, no, that's incorrect. The ingress and egress is not situated where it's supposed to be, or in fact, there is no sanitary connection. That, would obviously repudiate the information that staff has found to be true. So it's only that data-driven empirical evidence that could give you the opportunity to say, no, you have not. So again, simple example, let's say for that size lot, you need an entrance and an exit. And you know for a fact, and there's data that there's only an entrance and there's really no exit. There's inadequate ingress and egress. That would be empirical data that could be presented that discounts what staff would have determined. But in this case, you just simply don't have that.
I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions of Alan? Does someone want to make a motion?
I will make a motion to move the item if the district commissioner is in. I'll make a motion. If Heather, you got something to say?
No, I'm just trying to unmute myself, sorry.
So actually, I misstated that. Someone needs to introduce the resolution. So are you introducing the resolution, Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes, I am. If the district commission is okay with that, I am.
This is to approve the resolution?
What's on the agenda is approving a plat. So it's
approving the plat.
Resolution you're approving.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So, okay. So Commissioner McKenzie has introduced a resolution approving the plat known as Gumaconda, located at 3001 North Ocean Boulevard. Before we take a vote, I just want to say that I'm not going to be able to support this vote, mainly because I think too many people raised too many questions about too many issues on too many points that were relevant to the infrastructure of this site. And I think I was, at the beginning of this discussion, I thought I had a clearer understanding, but by the end of the discussion, I could see that there were a lot of gaps in our understanding before I could feel comfortable about going forward on this. I would prefer to defer it so that we at least allow the community to have a better understanding as to the progress or lack thereof on this site and the infrastructure in and around the site, to see how it impacts the neighborhood, because neighborhood compatibility, of course, is always a part of any project going forward. So I heard the city attorneys giving us the standard of upon which we are to make our decision, but in good conscience, I cannot agree to have this move forward until I am very comfortable about seeing that all the elements that upon which we are asked to approve this plat have been fully satisfied, which I don't feel they have been. So, but we'll go forward. I'll ask the city clerk to proceed with the roll call.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a plat entitled Gumaconda and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
I did just want to give a statement too, Mayor, why I will support this. It just, from everything I've heard, it appears that this project meets the requirement to get a plat approval. So my vote will be yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Before I vote, Mayor, I also want to say that, again, the problem here is not whether we're dealing with a plat or a site plan or anything, but it is the zoning. That is the disconnect. And I would ask Anthony to take a look with DSD about zoning. Again, what allows us? Why are we allowed to do 106 or 108 units on less than half an acre? That's the deal. The reason I am going to say yes to the plat is because that's the law. I'm very much about process. I don't want to put our city in any legal jeopardy. I don't want to expose us to any liability. This, from everything that I'm hearing from our city attorney in terms of what our charge is tonight, I don't see any other choice. I think that any other choice would just be kicking the can down the road. I feel comfortable with what's going to happen on the site. I feel comfortable with the improvements that have already been made in the last 2.5 years in this part of the beach. I've witnessed them personally. And I think that we're going to be able to handle what is going to be coming down down the pike. I feel comfortable. I think deferring it, because what we've heard tonight from our city attorney is no matter what Raj comes back and tells us, Mayor, it doesn't impact our charge as opposed in terms of approving or not approving a plat. They're totally disconnected. I feel very frustrated at this moment because I know what it feels like to oppose a project. I've done a fair share of that in my time, whether on P&Z or just as a neighborhood person. But what I've always had to deal with is the frustration of having to work within the system of zoning and the law. And when I've been able to work within the system of zoning and the law to oppose a project, I've been successful. I have not tried to oppose the zoning and the law when I'm not going to be successful. What I would say is what we have to change the zoning and the law, because that's the real problem here. What we're doing now is just following the law and following the zoning. And that's why we had a 7-2 vote at planning and zoning. They were following the law and following the zoning. And we're following the law with regards to plat. So I see no reason to defer. It does not accomplish anything in terms of our charge. Our fiduciary responsibility is to the taxpayers of the city and not to just put ourselves in legal jeopardy. So I have to support the plat because their case law is clear. Zoning is clear and the law is clear what our charge is with a plat. What I would say to all of the neighbors, and I guess they were all from, I think there was just one person from Berkeley. The rest were all from Tides, which was very different from planning and zoning. It was evenly split, and I listened that entire evening. That also was a long evening, and I listened because I want to listen. I want to hear to all of the reasons why people feel frustrated or upset, and because that's what we have to do. That's why we're elected officials. But again, for me, the frustration is it's not about whether I like this project or not. It's unfortunately we're constrained by the zoning and the law. And then I would say again to the residents tonight and also to our own DSD, we need to look at this and we need to look at why zoning allows this on a site like this. And that's the way we fix it. But just doing something that's just going to get us into legal trouble is really not the way. So I'm going to vote yes on the plat.
Okay, continue.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
No. So the resolution is approved 4-1. Thank you, everybody, for your patience, and we'll continue with the meeting. We now go on to the city clerk's annual review.
Heather, you got to go into the closet and turn the lights back on.
How do I turn the lights on?
There's a timer in the closet where the elevator is.
Hey,
Someone help me out.
Rescue the commissioner.
Joey, where's Joey?
I timed that perfectly. Yeah, Commissioner, I think it's the clerk's fault. Yeah.
I think I'm like sitting in here by myself. Okay.
Commissioner
I'll
Sandra,
wait.
I'm on my way up. Hey, Mayor.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Was the city manager to the rescue?
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can we just move the item for the clerk's office? If everybody's in,
My understanding is that the city clerk is not looking for
that is true. That is
not
true.
looking for a
We don't
merit
have to-
increase. Okay.
let's
And
move
so
it.
we're just
Take
going to be
your time.
approving your continual employment with us, correct?
That sounds good. I'll take it.
You'll take it? Okay. Is that are you introducing that as a resolution, Commissioner?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay. Please call. Anyone have any comments? Otherwise, we'll call the roll. We got to get moving on this agenda. We got a lot to do still.
Stop talking.
Yeah. Please call the roll.
That's a motion to just continue.
To continue your continue employment with us as clerk at the salary you are now taking.
Calling you.
Do we have a second?
Introduce it's a resolution, right?
There's a resolution attached, so we can work the
Rest, okay.
You want me to call a roll on that?
As amended, as amended, is that as amended?
It's as amended.
Okay. A resolution, the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing for a merit salary increase for City Clerk Jeffrey A. Monterelli, providing for an effective date, and it's as amended. Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and I just want to say, we are so lucky to have Jeff as our city clerk and staff that you've assembled to really help the wheels of this administration move as smoothly as it does. I want to thank you for all the tireless effort, the extra hours you put in, and you really make a lot of us look good in the performance that you undertake. So thank you for everything that you do, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners too, and also to your staff, thank you.
Okay, R4, City Auditor Annual Performance Review and Merit Adjustment. Does anyone have any questions or comments? So the resolution is to increase his salary. It's a blank percent in the resolution. Does someone want to make, does someone like to make a proposal?
I will. Thank you.
What's your proposal?
That we give him the 3% merit that's across the board, and we move this item.
Okay, so there's a resolution being introduced to give John Herbst a 3% merit salary increase effective August 1st, 2020. Anyone have any comments?
Let's move it.
Okay, please call the roll.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing a 3% merit salary increase for City Auditor John C. Herbst, effective August 1st, 2020.
Commissioner Moritas,
She's back in the closet.
we can see you.
Vice Mayor Glass,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles.
Yes. And again, thank you, John, for all the great work you do on our behalf and keeping us honest and shoring up the deficiencies that you've reviewed. We especially appreciate the audit of our IT department and your willingness and ability to work together and trying to ensure that our systems are functioning properly. So, John, if you can hear me, thank you so much for all the work you do on our
Yes,
behalf.
I can. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Again, I appreciate the vote of confidence in the work that my office and I do. We enjoy it. We believe in two things, partnership and collaboration. And that's what we strive for every day. So it's been 14 years that I've been here and I look forward to quite a few more. So again, thank you.
Very welcome. PH1 has been removed from the agenda. PH2, a public hearing approving the annual action plan for fiscal year 2021. This is just to set a hearing, correct?
So this is a fairly straightforward item, Mayor. This is that annual action plan that deals with CDBG, HOPWA, home funds. And it just says how we're going to spend the money, and it causes us to spend the money in the way we say that we're going to.
Okay. Someone like to, is this a?
It's technically a public hearing. I don't know that we have anyone to speak on the.
Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
Moved.
Second from somebody?
Second.
Okay, move the second to close public hearing.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie, Commissioner Sorensen.
Yes.
Yes, for me too. I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, okay. That's a 5-0.
Okay, great. So what do we do now? Do we have a motion to approve the public hearing? Do I hear a motion to approve PH2?
Moved.
Do I hear a second? Okay, moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles.
Yes, and PH2 is approved. PH3, this is a public hearing and adoption of resolution approving the 6th Amendment to the interlocal agreement with the Downtown Fort Lauderdale Transportation Management Association for community bus and transit services. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing? No one signed up for this.
Moved. Second.
Seconded.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles.
Yes, public hearing is now closed. Someone like to move PH3?
Moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the 6th Amendment to the interlocal agreement with the Downtown Fort Lauderdale Transportation Management Association, Inc. for community bus and transit services to eliminate fares for the Beach Link and Los Olas Link routes, remove advertising on vehicles used for providing service, designate specific locations for community shuttle service stops, and to extend the interlocal agreement on a month-to-month basis, no later than 30/2021, and authorizing the city manager to execute the 6th Amendment, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for effective date. Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles. Yes, PH3 is approved. PH4 is a public hearing for a quasi judicial ordinance approving a rezoning from residential multifamily mid-rise, medium high density district RMM 25 to a planned development district and associated site plan approval for 9 multifamily residential units known as the Towers Retirement Home. I remember this. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Moritas, do you have any disclosures?
Yeah, like you said, I think they were from a while ago, August 22nd, 2019, met with Robert Lockery.
Okay.
That's it.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. April 2nd, 2020, Robert Lockery, Tricia Logan, Anthony Fajardo, Chris Cooper. July 2nd, I'm sorry, August 12th, 2019, Robert Lockery, and July 2nd, 2020, Robert Lockery. And Mayor, before we vote on this, I also did want to just say a couple of words about this agenda item.
Sure. Well, why don't we go through the disclosures first, and then we'll get to discussion.
Thank you.
Commissioner McKenzie?
I have 3. They're the same from the past.
Okay. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yep, 2, Robert Lockery, August 2019. One procedural question, Mayor. Shouldn't all of these visits be logged?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Yes.
Alan?
Physical visits, you mean?
No, from lobbyists.
Phone, whatever it is, they should all be logged.
Well, I think the lobbyists do it. They have to do it by law, so they have to do it. So it is logged. We used to have a machine outside of the commission office. We took that out. Now that it's their responsibility to log it, if I'm correct, Alan.
Yes, you are correct. The law changed where the onus is now on the lobbyists to keep all those records. And obviously it behooves you as well for disclosures to keep a record of it because it makes it a lot easier, but the requirement is on the lobbyists.
So then why do we, if it's already being logged, why do we repeat that disclosure here?
Well, I think it's for your benefit, for each of our benefits, to disclose our encounters with these lobbyists in case there's some deficiencies in their reporting. So it really behooves us to make the public aware of our interactions. And I think it's better practice to do that. And that's why we do it here at the meeting.
And does anyone check to make sure that the lobbyists are logging appropriately?
We have I can defer to the clerk, but we have obviously a tool that the lobbyists log into, and it the requirement of theirs to make sure that the interactions are appropriately logged.
But there's no check in the sense of comparing theirs to their records to your records. And to the mayor's point, you do not want to be subject to any disciplinary actions or anything because a lobbyist may have forgotten to log something. So it really is in your best interest to keep that record. Plus, you're legally required to announce those disclosures at public meetings. So you don't want to necessarily rely on the lobbyists.
It also goes to the fact that most of our disclosures are to lobbyists and site visits. But if you had availed yourself to an expert witness or expert testimony along the way,
right,
you'd have to disclose that as a part of the hearing.
Right.
And why? Okay, yeah, that's all helpful. And why do some people disclose meetings with staff? Are we supposed to be disclosing meetings with staff?
Our own staff?
Yeah, our own city staff.
No,
you don't have to disclose.
You don't have to disclose that.
Because some of us say meetings with city staff, which I didn't understand. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. You don't have to disclose that. Not at all.
Okay.
That's
great.
why I don't
Thank you.
But since you're acting in a quasi-judicial capacity, as the city manager stated, if you have received expert reports or anything from whether it be the lobbyists or anything else, any of that data information should be disclosed because that could potentially influence your decision and that should be made public. So it's all those things that are disclosed.
Got it. Okay, great. I just wanted to kind of double check on all that, make sure we're all doing the right thing. Thank you.
What are your disclosures, Ben?
August 19th and 21st with Robert Lockery, 2019.
And Commissioner, just as an added point to that, the city clerk has on the website an ability to go through and actually check what the registered lobbyists have logged in. So you can check yourself if you'd like to.
Yeah, and I've done that before just to kind of like double check, but I was wondering if anyone else was making sure that, that they're logging everything, but okay. I guess it's more incumbent upon us and our staff to just make sure that the lobbyists are logging appropriately. All right, thank you.
Okay, I also met with Mr. Lockery multiple times and his client. This issue went back a ways when we talked about designating. This is the property in Coley-Hemick that we designated historic. Is that correct?
Mayor, it's in Beverly Heights.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Stand corrected. Okay, so Robert Lockery has signed up to speak. I believe it's just to respond to questions. If there are no questions, would someone like to move to a closed public hearing?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Roll, Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and public hearing is now closed. Someone like to move to approve PH 4?
So moved.
Moved and seconded.
Second.
An ordinance amending section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale and Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto and by reference made a part thereof so as to rezone from RMM 25 residential multifamily mid-rise medium high density district to PDD planned development districts lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, block 8 Beverly Heights, according to the plat thereof, recorded in plat book 1, page 30 of the public records of Broward County, Florida, located west of Southeast 9th Avenue, north of Southeast 2nd Court, east of Southeast 8th Avenue, and south of Southeast 2nd Street, all said lands being in the city of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Moritas.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman.
Before I vote, Mayor, I did just want to say a couple of words about this project because for anyone that still might be awake at home, I just wanted to say that this is a very special project and a very special agenda item. I don't know if we have a photo that we can put up of when this building was built in 1925. And if Commissioner Sorensen will just indulge me, because I know this is in his district in Beverly Heights, but I was very involved years ago.
Please go on. Happy to.
Yeah, don't go on too long.
Don't
yes,
worry.
Not too long.
Well, you can always defer it, Mayor. Okay, so
motion to defer.
Yeah, there you go. You're good at that. Okay, so what I did want to say about this project is basically about 2014, the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation identified it as one of our most significant buildings in the city. Francis Louis Abreu is an amazing architect who's done so many buildings in our city, one of our most noted architects. But let's just show a picture of the, we don't need to go through all this, but just have a photo of it from 1925. Go back. Anyway, this was built, and you should know that 1925, it was built to attract a very upper end visitor to Florida for the season. Go back. These are from not too long ago. Go back. It's right in the beginning. There you go. Well, that's a good one, but we'll go look at it. Take a look at the car. This was built right off of Las Olas Boulevard to attract a high-end clientele. In 1925, for a 3-month seasonal rate, people paid $2,700. That was a very high amount back then for the larger apartments, and there were 12 of those. And for the 14 smaller apartments, they paid $1,800 for a 3-month rental. Then there was an annex in the back where that had 3 apartments and a manager's apartment. We're almost duplicating the number of units. We're going to have 39 units. So I'm just showing this as an example of a win-win for historic preservation, giving a significant building in our history, actually the soul of our city, giving it a new purpose and bringing it back. The new designs are beautiful. I'm sure you've all seen in the backup, but it's significant. I want to thank, these are images from a report that came to the City Commission on November 17th, 2015. I want to thank Marla Dumas for that report. She did the testimony on behalf of the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation. Kudos to Mr. Lockery. Kudos to Jackie Scott on the real estate side. This is really just a great example of a win-win, and I'm just thrilled to vote yes for it and see it, and that this building was not demolished or just left to fall apart and then just have to be demolished because of demolition by neglect. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone involved in this project, and I wanted the city to know the amazing history of this building. There's a lot more, but the hour is late. I won't go into it, but just know that there are some very prominent people. I could have gone a lot more, but I just wanted everyone to know the backstory on this project. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you very much.
I vote yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Absolutely, yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Very excited about this project. Yes.
Mayor Trental.
Yes, and the item is approved. PH 5, public hearing and quasi judicial ordinance approving a rezoning from general industrial to Northwest Regional Activity Center Mixed Use East District, known as blocks 324 and 325, located north of Northwest 6th Street, east of Northwest 7th Avenue, south of Northwest 7th Street, and west of Northwest 5th Avenue, Sunshine Shipyard LLC. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert witnesses, expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Any disclosures? Commissioner Moritas.
I did not meet with anybody about this.
Okay. Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor? I think he exhausted himself.
No, I muted myself, so no background noise.
Okay.
I'm good. I can keep going.
Is Randy
man. Don't
acting
worry
up
about me.
back there? Is Randy acting up there?
Yeah. January 29th, 2020, Debbie Orshevsky and A.L. Peretz, and June 6, 2019, A.L. Peretz.
Commissioner McKenzie?
None.
Commissioner Sorensen?
June 26, Courtney Crush, 2019.
Okay, so I met with the applicant, Mr. Peretz, as well as his representatives multiple times on this item. And thank you so much, Mr. Peretz, for your continued investment in our community and this particular part of our city. You certainly make things blossom in our community. We thank you once again if you're listening. Mr. Peretz has signed up to speak, but I think it's just for questions to be answered. If there are none, I would ask somebody to move to close public hearing.
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie. That was a yes. That was a yes.
That was a yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trental.
Yes. Someone like to move the item?
Move.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
An ordinance amending section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale and Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto, and by reference made a part thereof, so as to rezone from general industrial district to Northwest Regional Activity Center Mixed Use East District, portions of blocks 324 and 325 Progresso according to the plat thereof. Recording Plat Book 2, page 18 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida, located west of Northwest 6th Avenue, north of Northwest 6th Street, east of Northwest 7th Avenue, and south of Northwest 7th Street. All said lands being in the city of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trental.
Yes. The item is approved. PH 6, public hearing for a quasi judicial ordinance approving a rezoning from heavy commercial light industrial business B3 to Uptown Urban Village Northeast District UUV Northeast, City of Fort Lauderdale. This is 6500 and 6520 North Andrews. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Mr. Lockery has signed up to speak, but I would imagine it's for a response to any questions that anyone may have. If there's no one interested in speaking, may I ask someone to move to close public hearing?
So move.
Move. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Trent House.
Yes, the public hearing is now closed. And are there any questions? Otherwise, do I hear a motion to approve the item?
Move.
So move. Second.
Need disclosure?
Oh, I apologize. I apologize. We didn't do disclosures. Commissioner Moritas?
Yeah, June 13, 2019, Robert Lockery and Brian Condi. June 29th, 2020, Robert Lockery and Brian Condi.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mayor, I don't have the date, but I believe I did meet with Robert Lockery on this project.
Okay. Commissioner McKenzie?
I had three meetings with the client and or Robert Lockery.
Commissioner Sorensen?
September 30, 2019, Robert Lockery.
I also met with Mr. Lockery and his client with regard to this item. Okay. Someone like to move the item?
I'll move it.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
An ordinance amending section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale and Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto and by a reference made a part thereof, so as to rezone from B3 heavy commercial light industrial business district to UUV Northeast Uptown Urban Village Northeast District, portions of parcels G and H Pinecrest Isles according to the plat thereof, recorded in plat book 63, page 48 of the public records of Broward County, Florida, and that the portion of that 60-foot road right of way now located lying between said parcels G and H located west of I-95 north of Cypress Creek Boulevard, east of North Andrews Avenue and south of Northwest 66th Street, all said lands being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trent House?
Yes, and the item is approved. We're going to jump to OFR 3. The reason why we're doing this is because it is requires a public hearing. So since we're under the public hearing section of the agenda, this is an ordinance providing for the annexation into the corporate limits of the City of Fort Lauderdale property located at 2701 West State Road 84. Property owner is Raleigh Marine Services Company. I don't recall having any meetings on this. Commissioner Moritas?
It's not quasi judicial, it's just a public hearing. So you
Just a
don't have to do
public hearing?
disclosures.
Okay. So we have one person who signed up to speak, Katie Edwards Walpole. I guess it's just with regard to questions only. Would someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved.
So moved. Second.
Seconded.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trent House?
Yes, the public hearing is now closed on OFR 3. Do I hear someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
It's been introduced by Commissioner Sorensen.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale providing for the annexation into the corporate limits of the City of Fort Lauderdale, a parcel of approximately 0.387 acres of real property lying in a portion of tracts 1 and 4, plat of a part of government of Gov Lot number 1 according to the plat thereof as recorded in plat book 14, page 21 of the public records of Broward County, Florida, bearing property ID number 5042200100011, generally located north of South State Road 84 west of Southwest 25th Terrace, and south of South Fork, the South Fork New River, and providing for the redefining of the boundary lines of the city of Fort Lauderdale to incorporate the same, providing for implementation and filing with the appropriate governmental agencies, providing for conflict severability, inclusion in the city charter of the city of Fort Lauderdale, and an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles?
Yes, and the item is approved on first reading. Jump up to OFR 1, ordinance amending Chapter 9, Building and Construction, Article 2, Permits and Inspections, Division 2, Fees, by creating Section 9-54 to be entitled Engineering Permit Fees for the review and inspection of building permits and other services provided by the Engineering Division in the Department of Sustainable Development. Someone like to introduce the ordinance rather?
Introduced, but Mayor, I had a comment about this.
Okay, it's introduced. Please, discussion.
Yes, thank you. Is there, has anyone signed up to speak on this? Because I was contacted today about this, and I wanted to ask city staff if this is, okay, no one?
No.
Okay. Chris, is there a sense of urgency to this? I've had a request from folks to just have a deferral so that they could just research this a little bit more and delve into it and discuss it. Do we have to do this tonight, or could we actually get away with this on September 1?
Well, we probably could get away with it on September 1. My thought is, though, that since it's just in first reading, if it were to approve tonight so we could stay on track with the advertising of it, it's certainly nothing's accomplished by tonight's action. It would take a second action, and if there's thought that we need to put some more work into it, we could do that between the two readings. But I would serve at the pleasure.
Why don't we do that?
Commission.
Why don't we do that, Vice Mayor? Let's move forward, and then use the interim time to make any changes if necessary.
I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Someone like to introduce the ordinance? Oh, so you introduced it. Okay, please.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Any other questions, folks? If none, please do the roll call.
An ordinance of the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 9, Buildings and Construction, Article 2, Permits and Inspections, Division 2, Fees of the Code of Ordinances of the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, by creating Section 9-54 to be entitled Engineering Permit Fees, providing for establishment of permit fees for engineering reviews and engineering inspections, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Robert?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles?
Yes, and the ordinance is approved on first reading. Anyone who is interested in reviewing it, you have between now and September 1st to look it over. If you have any questions, please bring them up at that meeting. If you need to amend it in any way, we'd be happy to do it at that time. OFR 2, this is an ordinance amending ordinance number C-13-39, which vacated, abandoned, and closed all of a certain 15-foot platted alley to delete an obsolete condition of the vacation relating to the provision of pedestrian access in connection with the development of the property located at 409 Northwest 4th Avenue in the city of Fort Lauderdale. This is with regard to the new Mount Olive Baptist Church. We have one person who signed up to speak, which is Hope Calhoun, which I think is here only to respond to questions. How are you, Hope? I assume you're still on the line.
She's still there.
Okay. Anyone have any questions of the applicant? There being none, someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduce.
It's introduced. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending ordinance number C-13-39, which vacated, abandoned, and closed all of a certain 15-foot platted alley to delete an obsolete condition of the vacation, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles?
Yes. Excuse me. And the ordinance is approved on first reading. OFR 4, This is an ordinance amending chapter 25, streets and sidewalks, Article 2, Division 3, curb or sidewalk cuts, Section 25-76, permit required. Fee by deleting permit fee in 25-76C, creating a new Article 13 under fees, and creating sections 25-322 through 327, establishing engineering fees for construction in rights of way and easements based upon percentage of construction value, fixed fees, and fees based upon hourly review and inspection rates. How did you come up with that one, Anthony?
Putting that one on the city attorney's office.
Is that the city attorney's
You
office?
write these titles that,
Oh, I'm sorry.
My title was shorter.
Okay, I don't blame you, Mr. Fajardo. Does anyone have any questions with regard to this ordinance? Otherwise, I'd ask someone to introduce it.
Introduced.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 25, Streets and Sidewalks, Article 2, Division 3, curb or sidewalk cuts, Section 25-76. Permit required fee by deleting permit fee in 25-76C, creating a new Article 13 fees and creating Section 25-322 through 327, establishing engineering fees for construction in rights of way and easements based upon percentage of construction value, fixed fees, and fees based upon hourly review and inspection rates, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is approved on first reading. Last couple items, we have, this is ordinance on second reading, an ordinance amending section 13-58, fire detecting and extinguishing appliances required in or on designated buildings and premises. Third-party reporting requirements for all fire protection systems, Siamese connections. Anyone have any questions with regard to this item? If not, would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Thank you, Robert.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Section 13-58 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, entitled Fire Detecting and Extinguishing Appliances Required in or on Designated Buildings and Premises, Siamese connections, by establishing third-party electronic reporting requirements for inspections of fire protection systems, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is now approved on second reading. OSR 2, public hearing and quasi judicial ordinance vacating right-of-way identified as a 15-foot wide by 663-foot long alley between Northwest First Avenue and Andrews Avenue, Fat Village properties. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received, make them a part of the record. Commissioner Moritas, do you have any additional disclosures to make?
So this is second, so I guess no, nothing additional.
Okay, Vice Mayor,
Nothing additional, thank you.
Commissioner McKenzie,
No additional.
okay, and Commissioner Sorensen.
Nothing additional.
Okay, I think I did meet with Mr. Hooper on this, and since my last disclosure. So in any case, I have met with the applicant and his counsel. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Introduced.
An
Please call the roll.
An ordinance vacating a portion of that platted 15-foot alley line in Block 7.
Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have to close public hearing?
Well, yeah, technically.
All right, so let's start again. someone like to move to close public hearing? Someone has signed up, Mr. Lockery. Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Lockery and Suzanne Danielson, but these are both on behalf of the applicant. They're only here for questions that need to be answered. So I assume they have nothing else to add. So someone please like to move to close public hearing.
So moved.
It's been moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, the public hearing is now closed. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduce.
An ordinance vacating a portion of that platted 15-foot alley line in Block 7. Amended plat of blocks 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33 of North Lauderdale according to the plat thereof as recorded in plat book 1, page 182 of the public records of Dade County, Florida, located north of Northwest 5th Street, south of Northwest 6th Street, east of Northwest 1st Avenue, and west of North Andrews Avenue. All said land situate lying and being in the county of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the ordinance is now approved on second reading. Does Mr. Wallow, do you have any announcements you'd like to make?
I do not.
I have one item.
Further, one thing,
And I promise will take less than 30 seconds. What seems to be about 12 hours ago, we had a discussion about a meeting on Thursday about the joint government facility that Broward County was going to have. Their meeting starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It is the 5th of 5 agenda items. So I can't give you a time certain, but what I can tell you is that Mr. Cohen has offered to call each of us, each of our commissioners and me when they begin item number 4, so we know to log in to hear item number 5. Presumably it will be after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but we just don't know that yet. If you would like to appear at that meeting so you can see that presentation to coincide with Broward County, either please let me know or please let me know tomorrow so I'll know to add you to the call list.
got that, everybody? Great. Keep in mind, you're going to see a presentation by Bernard Sokovich, and he kind of slips in towards the end his idea for a government center. We didn't ask him to do that. His only charge, if you recall, was he was supposed to combine the needs assessments of both the city and the county and to make a presentation to the joint committee once we meet again. He was also asked to come up with an artist rendering of what an elevated bridge would look like if we had to elevate the Bright Line train and how it would interface with any proposed building. So just keep that in mind because I think he tried to sneak in his ideas for a center, which, I can understand why he did it. But we'll just keep in mind that that was the scope of his charge. All right, there being no further, anybody have anything else they want to add? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back.
Thank you all.
The recording has stopped.